Hello, everyone. Welcome to the City of Deltona's meeting today, Monday, May 2nd. And we're going to start with the roll call.
Commissioner Bradford?
Here.
Commissioner King?
King? Present? Are you here?
Are you here?
No.
Commissioner King? Here. Commissioner McCool? She's here. Commissioner Ramos?
Present.
Commissioner Sosa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Hertzberg?
She's here. And we're going to do the invocation and the pledge. Commissioner Bradford.
Everybody, please rise and you can remove your coverings, please. Tonight, we're going to start off with our invocation and prayer. I'm going to be doing it myself. Then we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we're going to have Isabel Rios, Robert Ortiz, both from Deltona State College, doing a wonderful duo tonight. Everybody, please bow. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together tonight. I pray that we have a good meeting. Everybody is cordial and gets along. Everybody here, Lord, has their own prayers that I pray that you be with them and help them. There's a lot going on in this world right now, Lord, and I pray that you're with both everybody here and abroad, keeping everybody safe and comforted. In our Father's name, amen. Commissioner King, pledge allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave, the brave.
Wow, I must say that was amazing. Thank you guys very much.
That was beautiful. That was awesome. Thank you. I think this is the first time you have a duo, right? Nice. Thank you. The next on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Do you have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Ramos, second by Commissioner
Bradford.
Wendell. Commissioner Bradford. Okay. What was the question? Oh, yes, do I have a motion? So the motion by, sorry about that. This was thrown at me at the last minute. It wasn't ready for being a city manager right now. So First motion by Commissioner Ramos, second by Commissioner Bradford. So do I have a vote? Okay, motion passes 5-0. The next is the presentation awards reports for the superstars. Is that going to be by video or? And today we have proclamations for the National Clerks Week, and they will be presented by Commissioner Bradford.
There's a lot of whereases here, and I always stutter, so I'm going to apologize in advance. It says, whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at all levels, and whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Commission of Deltona, do hereby recognize May 1st through the 7th, 2022, as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our municipal clerk, deputy city clerk, and staff for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the city of Deltona. Executed the 2nd day of May 2022, Mayor Heidi K. Hirschberg. Thank you. Thank you. And I have to say, of a lot of our departments, this department gets a lot of, do I want to say hateful emails? They get a lot, and for, like it says, for them to stay neutral and do what they do, I just personally want to say thank you guys, because I couldn't do what you do.
Thank you. The next proclamation is going to be for National Bike Month, and that's going to be presented by Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For National Bike Month, I thank you and I appreciate this opportunity as a cyclist who's out there constantly riding. It says, whereas for more than a century, the bicycle has been an economical, environmental, sound, and effective means of personal transportation, recreation, and fitness. And whereas the bicycle is recognized as a legitimate roadway vehicle, and I repeat that again, bicycles are recognized as a legitimate roadway vehicle, and therefore is entitled to legal and responsible use of all public roadways facilities except highways constructed to interstate standards. And whereas millions of people will experience the joy of bicycling throughout the month of May and throughout the year through educational program, races, commuting events, trail bicycling, or just getting out and going for a bike ride. And whereas creating bicycle-friendly community has shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, reduce population and congestion. And whereas Bike to Work Day is always the third Friday of May, and Bike to Work Week is the week of Bike to Work Day. And whereas the encouraged use of bicycle benefits all citizens by improving air quality, reducing traffic congestion and noise, and decreasing the use and dependence upon infinity energy resources. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the commissioners of the city of Deltona, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as National Bike Month in Deltona and encourage all residents to participate in local biking events executed the second day of May 2022. And it's a great opportunity to use our trails, just to take a ride, take a bike, take a ride, take a jog, or just take a walk. But go out and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to 6, ordinance and public hearings. 6A, public hearing ordinance number 03-2022, amending Chapter 22, businesses regulating the location, placement, and use of mobile food dispensing vehicles, MFDV, food trucks within the city. At second and final hearing, Ron Paradise.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioners, tonight is the second and final reading on ordinance 03-2022, which is the mobile food dispensing vehicles ordinance. As y'all remember, on April 18th, this item was deferred to facilitate appropriate and due public notice, and we brought it back after it was appropriately advertised. This ordinance has not changed since you all approved it at first reading on March 21st. I'd be happy to field any questions you all have with regard to this. We do recommend the City Commission adopt at second and final reading.
Okay. Any comments from the dais? None?
Ron, I just want to confirm there has been no changes since the first reading, correct?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 03-2022, updating Chapter 22, businesses to include regulations for mobile food dispensing vehicles at second and final reading. The city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Motion made by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner King. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Dean Wallace, please.
Ready? Good evening, Commission. My name is Dean Wallace. I've been a resident here in Deltona about 25 years. I've seen the city grow. I just wanted to relay the most important information that most of us here in Deltona see, which you guys are obviously not seeing, is that the food trucks provide a service that the 3 McDonald's can't provide us, the 2 Wendy's can't, the Burger Kings can't, and the numerous other food restaurants here. They offer a unique meal to us, a unique service. And as you guys continue to throw that away and hurting honest business owners who are trying to support their family and support their community, because we don't just come out here and sell. We come out here and support community events all the way in Deltona, Orlando, Jacksonville, all the way down to Miami and in Tampa, we've always done it. Cancer, ALS, nonstop. And the fact that we are regulating this even more than what the governor has allowed us is honestly flabbergasting. And it continues with you guys. Please support us and allow us to do what we can to support our communities and our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Close this, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. No more comments from the public? Can we make a vote, please?
Would you like me to read the title, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Ordinance number 03-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending Chapter 22, Businesses, Article 6, Street Vendors, Section 22-186, Definitions, by adding a new definition for mobile food dispensing vehicle and adding a new Section 22-191, regulating the operation of mobile food dispensing vehicles within city limits. Deleting Section 2-190 as to food sales at houses of worship. Same will be provided for under special events. And a new Section 22-191, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor, so may I take a vote, please?
Vice Mayor, the vote is 4-1 with Commissioner Sosa against. So it passed.
Vote passes. Any old business? No old business? New business? Go to 8, approval of revised standardized facility use agreement for the Parks and Recreation Department. John Peters, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The item before you, let me get the right glasses, we want to standardize the facilities use agreement going forward. We have reviewed the previous version, and we've made some modification, inclusive of a oath that the parents, the coaches, and the athletes will have as part of the facilities use agreement. What we'd like to do is get you to approve the facilities use agreement as presented to be a boilerplate going forward for all of our new facilities use agreements. And then the next item, we will deal with an actual authorization for a facilities use agreement. So we're recommending approval.
Okay, do I have any, anybody want to speak up here about it? Commissioner Bradford?
Mr. Peters, can you clarify, I'm not opposed to the facility use agreement, but I do have some questions. At the previous meeting, we discussed, the fee structure and all that. That has nothing to do with what we're voting on right now. What we're voting on right now is strictly the facility use agreement, correct?
That is correct, ma'am. The blanks in here for filling in the dollar amount of whether it be per participant or for the facilities use or whatever it is, that element can be filled in with each one. And future facilities use agreements like the one for tonight, after this item, will come to the commission for approval.
Okay, so basically this just gives you guys the template, you fill the price in, and then it's still coming before us to go over the cost and what's being charged. Thank you, sir. If nobody else does, then I
Thank
can
you.
make a
Any?
motion.
Yes, Vice Mayor. You ready?
Okay.
All right. Jens Goroski, and then Jason Hollenbach, then Tiffany Hollenbach, and then Kenneth Boyle.
So, good evening. My name is Jens Gawronski. I'm the VP of Deltona Youth Soccer, and I wanted to take the opportunity to just have some clarifying questions. Number one is basically with the FUA.
Can you bring your mic a little bit forward?
I'm sorry.
Thank
so
you.
The FUA basically requires a level 2 background check, which is okay, but we would like to understand how long is that background check valid, because you got to go through the fingerprints and everything. And we also just wanted to understand a little bit more on, will the city administer those checks, or how is that going to be done? Or is it on us and then we give you a list basically? Or the other thing was, another thing stated that all promotional material needs to be approved by the city. That's fine, but what is your turnaround time? Is it a week? Is it a month? I mean, we got to start planning our programs, so we'd like to know what that turnaround time is. In addition, it states, in the event that this agreement is terminated, any unused funds shall be returned to the city. We would just like to clarify what kind of funds. Would the money not go back to the people that actually paid the money to the organization and not to the city? So we would just like to understand that a little bit more. In addition, it also states that in the exhibits, it should be listing fields being used, dates, times, and with any additional fees. So if my field use agreement is for a year, I basically have to now plan and tell you the field use for next year, February. I don't know if you guys follow football, but their schedule is not out. Major League Soccer is not out. And honestly, I'm not sure if you already planned your extravaganza for next April, because I need to schedule my fields based on the availability as well. So it's just something where we feel like if I have to do it now, I'm going to overcompensate and ask for more than I potentially need, right? So that's just something that, you know, we would like to just have a little bit more understood. And then the other thing was also, there's an insurance and liability clause, and honestly, we understand that, but we're at Dewey. So Dewey Obasia is a public park. We have no authorization to tell anyone to do anything out there. So why would we have a liability, responsibility towards you and the city, but we cannot tell anyone to get off the bleachers or get off the fields if they're doing something that is not right? So there's no city personnel out there, so we're just questioning on how can we as a club make sure that, you know, we protect ourselves if we have nothing to say out there, and it was made very clear. So, you know, and also the problem is that no city employees are in the afternoons there, so it's just us. And then the other question is also, you may have up to 3-4 different organizations at Dewey. So who's responsible for what? So we got adult soccer, we got football, DYSC, and then potentially a fourth organization. And then just in general, I wonder why we're doing the field use agreements, because I've been at Dewey this evening, and Liverpool FC is holding their tryouts tonight at the fields. They have everything out, flags, everything. So we actually requested a public records request, and we're asking for all field use agreements, rental agreements with Liverpool FC between the city of Deltona. And today we got received the answer that there are no agreements with Deltona or with Liverpool, between the city of Deltona and Liverpool. How are they out there? They're out there right now on field 4. So I don't understand why and how they can be there if the city is telling me there's no field use agreement. In addition, we looked up their website, and they have tryouts today and in the future. And the little ones are there at 5:30. The older ones are there at 7. So I wonder, is someone turning on the lights for them? There's a truck on premise behind the fence, so someone has a key and let the truck on the premise. So I'm just wondering.
Thank you, sir.
Jason Hollenbach, please.
Good evening, everybody. Jason Hollenbach, President, Deltona Youth Soccer Club. I'm here talking about the field use agreements tonight. My first question is, why is DYSC the only youth sport that's going through this process? If you look at any of the other youth sports you guys carry in the city, youth soccer is the only sport that is going through this whole process. Every other youth program has a current FUA, and they have the confidence and security of knowing that they will have a program in the future, except for youth soccer. It also appears that the city is targeting youth soccer for an unknown reason. Other sports programs have a current $5 per player per season rate. Youth soccer had the same agreement, but this was taken away without an explanation in the middle of our current season. This was brought to the attention of Parks and Rec and the city manager, but the information appears to be ignored. As of today, no one was able to give us any kind of an explanation as to why this happened to us. It was just done. This is one of the reasons that we're having problems getting commitments from parents. If you, the city, will not commit to the youth soccer, how can we ask our parents to commit to us? Without a field use agreement, DYSC has had to rent fields at Dewey at the current rental rates. We as a club felt that this was the only option that we had, because if we had not done this, you would not have had a spring soccer season. If DYSC had continued to pay the rental rates for the fields, this would have bankrupted the club and we would have been dissolved. If this happens, the parents would have come back to you as the city and asked you why. Why did you allow this to happen? We're currently losing players and parents to neighboring cities due to the lack of confidence in the city and not in the club. It's due to your loss of confidence. And that's really all I got for you guys. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tiffany Hollenbach. Tiffany Hollenbach, please.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Hollenbach, and I am the registrar for Deltona Youth Soccer Club. I was not able to be here at the special commission meeting on March 22nd. However, Jason was, and upon watching that, I had a few comments and some things that I have some questions about, and I would like a little bit of clarification, if you will, please. I would like to speak on starting with the special commission meeting held on November 19th, 2020 on the city's website. During the recording, Madam Mayor, you brought up the following at the 1 hour, 4 minute, and 53-second mark in the video. The soccer proposal, this was the group that wanted to bring in an academy. I presented the proposal to Dr. Cooper and Ryan, and I'm not sure who else, was never followed up on. And I know we have COVID, and I know the gentleman can't come over here. The one gentleman came over here and was instead shown one of our fields at Dewey where they really wanted to invest in the city. They were tossed off to a field, a non-regulation field at West Cryal. We have 12 fields at Dewey, 12 fields. And we could not find one field for an academy that wanted to come here and use that field during the day. Meanwhile, we're using all our fields for people that aren't paying against the policy that the commission set. I would also like to refer to the March 22nd special commission meeting where, Madam Mayor, again, you stated where you had done the public records request back in 2020, asking for the financials for multiple organizations that use Dewey Booster. You were given fiscal year 16-17 for one group 16-17, 18-19, and actually made a comment that that was you, Charlie, for adult soccer. The other ones paid 17-18, so forth and so on, 1 or 2 years. I have an issue with this, as it makes DYSC look like we aren't paying, when in fact we have been. I have here, actually printed out if you would like to see, the bank statements, excuse me, the bank statements with the endorsement by the City of Deltona for years 2018 to 2021. I also have records preceding that. DYSC has requested a receipt with every check sent to the city and never received one. Do you not know where the money coming into the city is coming from? We have been a loyal club to our city and our community, and I cannot wrap my head around why we are being targeted, because that is what it feels like to us. At the March 22nd meeting, John Peters made mention of not wanting to be the city manager that shut down soccer in the middle of the season, but that's precisely what was happening. And to comment how the city made more revenue off of DYSC in 1 month than you would have in 3 years. I apologize, but are you bragging? Our community's children are not here for a profit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kenneth Boyle. Kenneth Boyle, please.
Ken Boyle, West Volusia Youth Baseball. I'm league commissioner. I've been with the organization for over 20, going on 22 years now. The last time we had to raise or increase rates was when we implemented the $5 fee for the lights, we were told. That we do every season. Hearing that down the line, that could exponentially go 3 to 4 times as much, and I hope that does not happen, because if you think this is a turnout, wait till you hear that turnout. That will be something else. A couple of things on this new agreement. I truly believe in my heart that you guys need to come up with a new facility usage agreement per individual organization. I think would be better. There are some things in this that are different that from our other soccer clubs and such, like we have a concession stand. In Article 5, letter K, it says city will not be providing use of any available concession stands. I got a concession stand that keeps us afloat. I'm sure our sister league over at Van Park would agree with that. They have one as well, too. The other thing I want to mention is our soccer club brothers and sisters brought up was the level 2 background check. I currently charge my constituents, our members, $25 to do that level 1 background check. This level 2, I'm sure, will be probably maybe 2 times as much. I will have to pass that on to my membership. I don't think that will fly quite well. Guaranteed here, if we're looking at, say right now, I'll give an example here. I was the other day, if I have 100 kids and they pay $5, I pay an additional $5 to the children to the city. That's $500 every season comes back to the city. Granted, you guys exponentially make that higher down the road, say $20 a kid. That now can drop my membership to say it was 80 kids. Now we're talking $1,600 I have to kick back to the city. You guys still make the money on that, but I lose 20% of my membership because I have to increase my fees on those people. I recommend that not happen. The last thing I want to mention also that the soccer club brought up was Article 6. I think it was letter J, or excuse me, letter X. In the event the agreement is terminated, any unused surplus funds shall be returned to the city. Again, I don't see how you can pull that off and tell the people, you have to give us the money. I have a feeling, I truly believe this is trying to create youth sports here. I believe the city is going into a realm where you're looking at trying to make a revenue stream. I believe you guys mentioned last year it was $76,000, I believe, was brought in from the fees that were charged to organizations. Again, where did that money go? I don't know. Again, please, I hope we're not trying to create revenue streams on public parks and recs. People are paying their taxes for the parks, and doing that, I think, is, in my opinion, double dipping. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Charles Vance. Charles Vance, please.
Yeah, Charles Vance, 2270 Asbury Road, Deltona. To cover the background checks for most everybody and for you guys, the level 2 requires fingerprinting. Most cities forego the fingerprinting and just let the organizations do their own background checks through their state association. Like soccer, they get all their coaches licensed through soccer. All the board members of the club and any volunteers that do anything, they have to fill out a form and it goes into the state organization. The state organization does a nationwide background check. It's basically a level 2 minus fingerprint. It's name and social security number. And they do that check. That's what's been going on here for 25 years, and it's always been fine, even though it's above level 1, which was requested in the first facility use agreement. The part on the city gets all the funds when you forcibly dissolve in an organization, which you're doing or working on doing, is when you incorporate under a nonprofit organization, the state law requires that if your organization dissolves, that all your assets goes to another nonprofit organization that you get to designate. So you guys are trying to circumvent state law here. I don't know if you had anybody investigate this, but you could check that out. And I was seeing that the background checks, or excuse me, the facility use agreements, according to the letter, November 2nd, that Mr. Peters sent to Jason Hollenbeck of the Youth Soccer Club, the first line reads that the City Parks and Rec Department is currently in the process of analyzing and assessing our athletic programs and partners to ensure the program's participants are receiving the level of service that utilize the best practices, coaching, training, etc., in their particular area. Have you all seen this document? who was the licensed coaches at different age levels that went out and assessed the club's ability? If you're assessing them, you got to have somebody go out and do it. You can't sit in the office here or up on the dais there and think you know all about soccer and how it's run in Florida. Because the second line states, as per the review process that the city has done, you determined that the current agreement with Deltona Youth Soccer is insufficient. That's what you're blaming dissolving the club on, is your city agreement that you wrote and everybody's been using for the last 20 years, other than when you added $5 line in there, which I always thought was another tax on the citizens for using their own facility that they already paid taxes to have built. And the city can maintain, and you have a budget for that. So that was my question. And as the lady mentioned earlier, I put in last year, July, that for me to do some teenage soccer during the summer only in the evenings, which actually would not interfere with the club or any other sports activity they go into, because it'd be 2 evenings a week. That letter never surfaced. Or Mr. Coleman or Mr. Peters, we keep having these acting directors. How come we haven't advertised for a regular manager of the city instead of acting one, which I think may be working under one of you, directing him not to bring my proposal to you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, that closes public comments.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, first I'd like to apologize for not being here in the beginning of the meeting. One of our commissioners fell ill and was taken to the hospital, so I apologize for that. Thank you, Vice Mayor and everyone for stepping up. Our thoughts and prayers are with her at this time. Sorry. So right now we are on the facility use agreements, and we have closed public comment. I'd like to apologize if I didn't hear everyone's. The facility use agreements, Mr. Peters and Mr. Manning, we are in the process of doing new facility use agreements as they come up, correct, sir?
Ma'am, what you have before you tonight is a facilities use agreement that addresses everything that we were talking about, whether with the first letter that we sent out, whether it is the special meetings that we had. For instance, Article 6 deals with the fact that we had a previous organization that made modifications to our building. Things like that are covered in Article 6. We had the insurance requirement. I had heard expressions of concern for the fact that we have a level 1 and not a level 2. We wanted the ultimate safety of our youth, our participants, and that's why we have in the facilities use agreement a higher level of a background check to ensure the safety of everyone. Let's see what else. Let me just dispel one thing. This is not an attack on Deltona Youth Soccer. We believe they have run good programs for us through the years. What we're trying to do is to maximize the opportunity for our community, whatever the programs are, but it starts with the facilities use agreement. We believe Marcia has been wonderful in working with me on this. We believe we have a facilities use agreement that you all will be protected, the public will be protected, and this is a boilerplate for going through. I would like to address something that Mr. Vance said, and that is the RFP was for youth soccer programs. When he put in an application to provide high school girls soccer program in the summer, he has a facilities use agreement for adults. He does not have a facilities use agreement, nor did he put an RFP in to to provide youth soccer programs. It was our opinion that he had an opportunity to put in an RFQ along with the other two proposers to provide high school girls soccer program under youth soccer. Because we had two proposals for youth soccer, I felt, and I still believe, it was inappropriate to entertain a high school girls soccer program when we have two different organizations proposing youth soccer before us. So the item before you is the boilerplate facilities use agreement, and as I indicated before, we're recommending approval. A lot of the other comments will fall under the next item on the agenda.
No, sir. Public comment is finished right now, sir. Well, we will, I will address your issue in a little bit. So the other question I had, Ms. Hollenbach brought up regarding the funding. I did a public records request from the city of Deltona, and I'm trying to find the paper. I'm trying to find it. I have it in an email, but I thought I printed it out, so I apologize that I don't have that. And I did that back when Bethune-Cookman was starting up their soccer program, and they were also using the fields at Dewey, and they were given a field agreement, or they were using the fields when they started up their program. And we also had, prior to that, the Philadelphia Union and other groups come here. So I did a public records request on all fields and all entities that were using Dewey Boster at that time. Because when I was first on the commission, we had a similar meeting where we talked about cost, and that's where we did the $5 a kid. And it was my way of looking at the cost to see what kind of participation we had in all the sports that we had there. Was not targeting anyone. And when I received that public records request, my comment right away was, this is incomplete. This is incomplete. This is not what I asked for. And then I was informed that management back then was not charging the $5 a kid. And this included the youth baseball and everything. And like I said, I have it somewhere here. I apologize, or I would read it off to you. It was, it showed Bethune-Cookman's payments, it showed the adult soccer payments, and it showed various years sporadic of West Volusia Youth Baseball and Deltona Youth Soccer. That is a document that was provided for me when I did a public records request. I would say that when it came from finance, it should have been correct. And if it wasn't, I apologize, but I went through the public records process, and that was what was provided to me, with no intent to go after any organization whatsoever. And I was as stunned as I could be when I found out that some organizations were paying every year and other organizations were not paying at all, or 1 year and then never again. So that is the explanation for that. And like I said, I have that. And that was done in a public records request for me. So the other question I have, listening to public comment, is this dissolving of a club. I don't think it's anyone's intent here to dissolve any youth sports. And actually, after all the research I did from multiple cities in this whole entire area, $5 a kid is as high as we can go, as high as I'll ever go. Nothing else is gonna fly other than the $5 a kid that we're charging now. In my opinion, that's me. Because that's a standard. Some, I think New Smyrna is $10 a kid, but other than that, that's all in their facility use agreements. So I just want to clear that up from my statements. That is not it. So I don't understand the dissolving of the club. Did I miss something? I don't know. There's no dissolving, and I apologize if I came in late. I know, sir, you were speaking when I came in.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The dissolving of the club had to do with the boxing club. The Boston Club dissolved their 501c3 at one point. We became aware of it. And so that's where the dissolving of a club came from, was because of that specific incident. And we were trying to address that. There's certainly no intention of it dissolving anybody. It is because it has actually happened here, and we wanted to have language that addressed it.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Sosa and then Vice Mayor.
Going back to a couple quick questions. For the level 2 background check, what is the duration of that background check? Is it good for a year, 5 years? What is the term limit on it?
Commissioner Sosa, it's our intention that that would be an annual thing.
An annual fee?
Yes, sir.
So if somebody has 2 seasons per year, it would be good for both seasons?
I would hope.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, regarding staff on site to oversee, when, say, somebody's out playing football, soccer, or baseball, are we going to have a staff member at Dewey Oboster during the day while they're out there playing their games and so forth?
We have camera capabilities. We can watch remotely.
Mr. Manning?
Some of them don't work, but they work most of the time. So at Dewey Boster, if the agreement is approved tonight for 2 separate organizations to be out there, we will adjust our manpower to have a staff member out there to address these issues that are being brought up right now. Right now, we only have 1 group out there and we don't have the manpower, but we'll make an adjustment if this agreement is approved tonight for both organizations. That way we can address any conflicts or issues that might occur.
Okay. Well, going back I've been out there before and I've seen where conflicts have happened, whether it's between one group, another group, whether they're related to the same sport or not. And my concern is, are we going to have a staff member out there to go ahead and diffuse the situation or repair the situation?
As I just said, if you approve both agreements tonight and we have 2 separate organizations out there at the same time, we will certainly have a staff member out there. Right now, we don't have the manpower to do that.
Okay, because I've heard stories of different organizations when somebody comes in off the street and starts something with one of the teams, either on a field or in a pavilion, and there's nobody on site to, direct the other person. If somebody's rented a gazebo even, we don't have anybody on site to diffuse that situation. Especially when you start getting multiple teams out there, I think that's something that we need to take into consideration.
Which is what we will do.
Okay.
And Commissioner Sosa, in addition, if it is a serious charge, we would contact the Sheriff Department to come out and investigate the matter and charge as appropriate. What you're also talking about is a big reason that we have the code of conduct attached to this facilities use agreement. It's because we have had instances in the past where apparent false charges have been made by one organization against another. And, then we investigate it and there's nothing to it. So, we do not want to continue that pattern. So we're doing the code of conduct so that we can improve the situation.
Okay. Now, going to the concession stands, I also read in there that none of the teams will have access to the concession stands. We have 2 concession stands at Dewey, so neither team will have access to a concession stand?
That is correct, sir. The concession stands were on a separate facilities use agreement. Deltona Youth Soccer had that concession agreement. They use it sparingly. It's too valuable of a facility to only be using sparingly, and so at some point we will be issuing a RFP for the concession area, and hopefully someone will see a business opportunity to be open more often so that people who are using the playground and stuff like that can go over and get a drink or an ice cream cone or whatever it is. Because like I said, it is too valuable of a facility not to have open more often.
Okay, what about the other concession stand by the ball field, the baseball field?
I believe that concession stand is a separate separate facilities use agreement for the baseball program. Is that correct?
There's two baseball ones, one at Dewey Boster and one at Van Park, yes.
Right. So in here, this facility use agreement will not include the concession stands. If either of these teams want to use a concession stand, they need to fill out a different RFP. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So now they're going to have to fill out an RFP to play on the fields and an RFP if they want to run a concession stand.
That is correct, sir.
Now, when we go to the RFPs for the concession stands, are they paying a fee to rent the stand, or is it still based on them just as is right now, where I don't believe they pay a fee?
My understanding is their facilities use agreement previously was based on a percentage of the revenue.
That is not correct, Mr. Peters. That is not correct. They do not pay anything to the city for running the baseball concession stands, just like Deltona Youth Soccer did not pay anything to the city for running the concession stand. That is something he will address in the next RFP.
Okay. Now, one of the things that keeps coming up is fees. We are not going to be charging $20 per player, right? I didn't see anything in the facility use agreement discussing fees. Do you have a fee schedule that we can look at so we know what everybody's paying? If you're on, we'll use Deltona Youth Soccer, $5 a kid. West Volusia Baseball, $5 a child. But when it comes outside of that, do we have any field rental agreements for outside teams outside of the city coming in to use the fields?
They would pay the rental rate that's currently in effect right now for an outside organization. For the inside organizations like DYSC, West Volusia Baseball, it would be the $5. I don't think that's going up anytime soon. But any outside organization will pay the rental fee, yes.
Okay. Now, somebody made a comment regarding that Parks and Recs generated $75,000 worth of revenue. That wasn't just off of the youth sports. That included all rentals, including West Krause basketball gym and all the other.
That is correct.
Pavilions within the city. So it wasn't just the youth programs that generated $75,000.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at that, what does it usually take, not to build the fields, but to maintain them on an annual basis?
Which fields are you talking about? Are you talking about the jewel of the city in Dewey Boster, or are you talking about a different field? It depends on which field. The level of care is different depending on the grass.
Okay, well, we start with the soccer fields, and then the baseball fields at Van Park, and then the baseball fields at Dewey.
So at Dewey, depending on the rainy season, you're looking about $150,000 a year if it's a good rainy season with the chemicals, fertilizers, manpower, equipment, insects, control, all that good stuff. If you're doing other baseball fields, it's a little less than that. We try to maintain those at the same level, but those were inherited by the city, so we do the best we can. They're not at the same level as Dewey, obviously, but we do the best we can. Sometimes we have issues with, especially at Van Park, because of the springs up at the top of the hill.
Okay. So overall, on those three fields, how much would you figure the residents of Deltona pay to maintain those fields?
The three fields where? The three fields at Dewey? You mean the 9 fields at Dewey?
Well, the soccer fields and the 2 baseball
So you're
fields.
looking about $150,000 at Dewey. Between baseball, the 4 baseball fields at the front at the baseball at Dewey, and the Van Park, you're probably looking in the $50,000 range.
So somewhere around $200,000 a year just to maintain the fields?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. There. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the background check, so the coaches themselves, you do your own background checks for their teams, right? For volunteers or whoever is helping them at the team.
So each organization, whether it's Deltona Youth Soccer, Little League Baseball, Pop Warner, they have a national organization. Each league submits their coaches list, their board member list, to that organization. They get cleared by that group. It is sent back to the organization. What we've done since 2015 when this came up is the president of each league would submit something on letterhead to the city saying all these members, and they provide the list, have been cleared by our national organization, and we've accepted that since 2015.
And with the application from the coaches, you get a copy of the background check.
We do not see it. It goes to them, and then they submit it up to legal department. The Parks and Rec department does not see the background check.
To our legal department?
Yes.
Okay. So
They get
what-
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. They get the list of the approved coaches and board members. I don't think that they see them, Marsh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they see the actual background checks of the individuals. They get the approved list that have been cleared by the national organization, whether it be Little League Baseball, Dixie Baseball, Pop Warner.
Okay, so when you do a background check, you get something back giving you the information of that person, right?
The league, yes, the leagues get them, yes.
So do we get a copy of that?
We only get the letter from the president of the league stating that the members listed below have been approved by the national organization to either be a coach or a board member.
Mr. Peters, so what we're saying is we're going to start doing also a background check
No,
on the
ma'am.
city side?
No, ma'am. What Mr. Manning has outlined, the only difference is going forward, when the president of the league sends in the letter from the national organization, we're going to request a copy of that letter from the national organization so we see the specific names that were approved. We're not looking for the actual background check because I don't want that information. But the national organization will provide the letter, and we're going to ask for the backup to be from the local to include that national letter naming the people that have been cleared.
And so where is this level 2 background check come from?
Well, the level 2 background check is a higher level background check. It's a national database. You could have someone conceivably from another part of the country who lived here for a period of time. The level 1 will show them to be clear, but then when you run a level 2 on a national database, someone may show up on that based on somewhere else in the country.
But the city's not doing that. Am I correct?
No, the city's not doing that.
So then this level 2 questions that came up, the city is not doing any background check, period, because that's the responsibility of the teams. Am I correct?
That is our intention.
Okay. The other question that I have is the waiver. When I had a youth organization, we did our own background check. We provided the information to the owner of the property. We, as a team, signed one waiver for that owner. So is that what we're doing for the teams, or are we asking a waiver from each parent?
We do not request a waiver at this point. It's part of their insurance. When they submit their insurance, they list the city as additionally insured, and that's how we're covered as a city.
Okay, so there is no waiver required.
No.
I'm just going by the questions that were asked before.
We do that for our sports that we do in-house. Our senior softball, we require a waiver. Our youth basketball, we require a waiver. Our youth flag football, we require a waiver, but not for the organizations that we're referring to right now.
So where does this, when it says here, when this facility use agreements are executed in the future, the city staff will include separate code of conduct for parents, participants. So if I'm reading this, it's telling me that you're going to require a form from each parent. Am I reading this correctly?
That is correct.
Why do we need it? It should be the team who collects all this information, and we should only be collecting one information from the coaches.
Yes, ma'am. The reason we're requiring it is so that if we have a situation where there's inappropriate behavior, whether it be a coach, a parent, or a child, that we have a code of conduct that's been signed by the individual so that if, under the code of conduct, they can be removed from the program at the city's request. So this is our way of ensuring that everybody understands what the expectations are to utilize our field. As many of us know around the country, there have been near riots at youth baseball games and football games and what have you, whether it be the parents or the children acting inappropriately. And by having these code of conduct on file, if someone acts inappropriately, then the city can say, you have violated the code of conduct, you cannot use our field.
Can that be made one form that the coach signs for the team? Because, I mean, that's a lot of paperwork.
I would not have a problem with a single form with multiple signatures on the same form. So that all the parents can sign a form, all the players can sign a form, and all the coaches can sign a form. I'm fine with that. It's less paperwork for us. So
Absolutely, because I mean, you know, I'm thinking of the waivers we did. So, I mean, a waiver from each parent is just too much. Going back to the concession stands, can they rent or use the concession stands when they have a game?
That's something we're going to have to work out going forward. Typically, if one group to handle the concession stands. If you look around the county in Central Florida, that's pretty much the norm. But, you know, at the same token, you know, what I would like to see is the concession stand be handled on a percentage of the revenue, and have someone that will have it open more often than just the little league game or the soccer game. Because if you go to Dewey Boxer on a Saturday morning, there's a lot of families using the playgrounds and all that. We have a concession stand right there and nobody can use it. And if we have a vendor who is willing to open it up more often, I think the public benefits in that situation.
Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor,
Can we get order in the audience? I'm having a really hard time hearing up here.
So my question is, if one team is playing on a Sunday, can they use that concession stand that Sunday for, you know, to benefit their fundraising and stuff like that?
Vice Mayor, I think that would be extremely difficult because in order to have the concession stand, somebody needs to equip it. We do not have equipment in there that's owned by the city. So, you know, in fairness to whoever invests the money to put in equipment in there, then they should have sole authority over the concession stand at that point.
All right, thank you.
And Vice Mayor, I think you're talking about two separate issues. I think Mr. Peters is talking about the Dewey Sports Complex concession. The baseball ones are sports specific and season specific. They're only open in the fall and the spring because that's when baseball occurs. The one at Dewey at the sports complex, I think Mr. Peters is talking about, should be open year round. Am I correct on that, sir?
Okay, I think that's the one I was referring to. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradford?
Okay. All right, so I want clarification on Article 6E. It states, providing well-rounded recreation programs shall comply with all federal, state, and local laws, regulations, da-da-da-da-da. We go down to that we are requiring directors, coaches, umpires to notify the city in writing on organization's letterhead as to a level 2 background check. But you just said we're not requiring a level 2 background check.
Right now, the agreement is they provide letterheads stating they've all been cleared by their national association. I believe it's a level 1 background check they do right now. I don't know that for sure, but I know state law is typically level 1. But they provide letterheads saying all of their members have been cleared by their national organization.
Currently.
And currently, correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Peters, you mentioned that it has been brought up here that we need level 2 background checks. Can you refresh my memory on that? Because I don't remember that being a part of the discussions over the last couple meetings.
You referring to the special meeting?
I'm referring to any meeting. When did we discuss having level 2 background checks?
Commissioner Bradford, we did a lot of research into the facility use agreement. What we found is that the trend is going to level 2 because, as I indicated earlier, if you don't give a fingerprint or a social security number, you could have a previous act in another state that will not show up on a standard level 1 background. So the only way to assure the safety of everyone is to do a full level 2 background, so that we make sure that if you came from Columbus, Ohio, and you had something that occurred there that would only show up on a level 2, that we will find that out. And the last thing we want to do is have something happen, and we were going with a level 1 and not the higher standard of a level 2.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear that was not directed by the commission, that was per research. And I am 1,000% in favor of protecting our children. The first time something happens to our children, you're going to come back to us and ask us why we didn't require that. So what I do have a problem with, which I understand we're not talking about now, and I'm probably going to be slapped up here, is charging for activities that keep our kids out of trouble. Bring it down. I said this at the last meeting. I mean, I contribute 1,000%. Me right now, even being able to sit here, because I was so active in softball and baseball, gymnastics, basketball. If I didn't have those things to keep me out of trouble, oh, this girl would have been in trouble. I already know it. And there's families out there that can't afford it. You know what? I get it, but I don't get it. Now, I 100%, you know what? These other cities want to come in, charge them. But when our residents want to bring a youth soccer, I mean, where I'm a little confused as well, and help me understand this one, is high school still considered youth? To me, yes. Junior high? Yes. Middle school? Most definitely. Little kids? Yes. So I don't understand how a girls' softball team, high school, would not be considered youth. So that I need clarification on as well, because I totally disagree with you. That is 100%. Youth, I don't care if it's soccer, I don't care if it's baseball. If they're in school, that's a youth. So if they submit an RFP, I'm blown away that we would be like, oh, well, they were high school, that's not youth. What? That's when we need them off the streets the most. We have a choice of keeping our kids off the street, keeping them busy, keeping them on the soccer field, the baseball field, the basketball court, bikes. That's what we're supposed to be doing all these parks and recreation for. We're more worried about a facility use agreement. I've been biting my tongue for the last whatever amount of time it's been. We're more worried about a facility use agreement than we are to say, what can we do to work with you guys to protect the city? And I'm going to tell you guys, as a business owner, we have to protect the city. You guys understand that, right? Tell me y'all understand that. We have to protect the city. We have to protect the city as a business level in case somebody's injured and hurt and all that. I get that 100%. But what I don't understand is, how do we charge our local groups and organizations that are valid to keep these youngsters off the street? And I will preach it till I'm purple. So I better shut up because I can keep going on about this. You know, the level 2 background, I guess what I'm curious of is if they're being charged and we're still doing a level 2, I mean, do we know the difference in costs at all of doing their normal background check to a level 2 background check?
What we pay for our youth organizations when we do youth basketball is like $60 for a level 2 background check.
And they're paying, I think they said $50 for level 1 right now.
I don't think a level 1 costs that much. I
No.
think level 2 is much less expensive simply because you're not doing the fingerprinting. And you're
All
not
right,
in
so
the
it's
national
almost
database.
doubling their cost then.
Yeah.
See, I have a problem with that. You're keeping the kids that need to be off the street out of activities that are going to put them back on. And it goes back to between, you know, our youngsters, man, they can cause havoc when they're little, but we have a lot more control. Once they hit junior high and high school, we as parents lose a lot of control. There's no nice words to put it. And that's when they end up on the street. So anything we can do to keep them off the street, we need to be looking at that. You know, and I hate to say it, Mark, because I don't want to put more on your back, but at the same time, you know, we got to do something. And increasing rates, increasing charges. So now we're going to increase it, double their cost on that, raise their fees. how are these kids going to stay in it? Are we going to have sponsorship programs? Are we going to have something? I'm just saying.
We're not raising fees.
You are raising it because you're changing them from a level 1 to a level 2, which is $25 a person, at least $25 to $30 a person, and then you've got the fees on top of that.
Well, can I just ask a question?
Or for the coaches, I'm sorry.
No, I want to clarify that because you said that the teams do a background check and provide a list of the coaches that have passed the background check, and we don't get a copy of that.
The legal department gets the copy of the approved
Our legal
list.
department
Yes.
gets a copy.
Yes.
Okay, so, and then did you not say you would accept that as part of this agreement? Or are you saying that that is not acceptable
Madam Mayor,
when it goes through their organizations?
No, what I said earlier was, I believe currently they get a letter from the national organization, but then they give us a letter saying everybody passed. I do not believe we get a copy of that letter from the national organization as it is now.
Marcia?
Yeah, we do not. The way we've done it is they have to put on their letterhead. It's you're trying to balance liability. You know, it's when something happens that, you know, all hell breaks loose. So you're trying to balance the city's liability, the league's liability, to try and get the best information you can so that a problem doesn't happen. And so what they do is the league gives us the check on the umps, the refs, whoever they are, that they have passed. And that's the only document we get. What we don't get in the level 1 is anything like in other states and stuff. And the only way you get that is to go to the fingerprinting, and that's required of level 2. Now that is, it is a risk that can be weighed and determined, you know, like if that's the way you all want to go. I looked at a number of agreements where they are requiring level 2 out there. And that is, we are a very transient society. And so you have people that are moving around that also are refs and coaches and all of those kinds of folks. And we don't, so all we're getting is more localized data and, you know, not a bigger picture. And, but it is a limited amount of people that are getting checked. You know, it's not like we have 100 people or anything.
No, I understand that.
No.
It depends on the organization.
Marcia,
Yeah.
my concern is not that. You know what? That's what I said. My problem is not with the facility use agreement. We have to protect ourselves. I think they understand that we have to protect ourselves. What they're having a hard time with is what isn't a lot of money for us, but a couple $100 for a league that barely brings in any money and has to cover everything. That's a lot to them. Okay, so I understand it. So they probably wouldn't have such a problem with the fact that we're saying, hey, you need a level 2. They want to protect the kids just as much as we do, and if they don't want to, they shouldn't be here.
Yeah,
Straight
I
out.
agree.
And the fact that, you know, they're losing concessions, so some teams did count on that for, I'm sure, some extra revenues as well. So as we're sitting up here and we don't see it as a problem, I get it. You know, I agree with Mr. Peters. We should be doing an RFP for that, but I'm gonna say I'm okay with this, but I'm gonna tell you guys when it comes to what these guys are paying, I have a problem with that. That's what I have a problem with.
Yeah, Commissioner, again, if I could just, it's a balance here. We're just trying to,
I get the
you know,
legal side of
protect
it.
everybody we can protect. And so that, you know, we're protecting, and I know they all, I mean, I'm a parent, many of us here are parents. You're always trying to protect your children, your grandchildren. You don't want anything to happen to them. And from the city's perspective, you know, and I think Mr. Peters, we're just trying to, as we're looking to kind of upgrade the kind of agreements that we have, and trying to make an agreement that can be used in multiple circumstances, which we didn't have before. And so that's why exhibits are just shown as to be determined, because if an RFP goes out for concessions, and, you know, whoever wants to do these concessions, that then could become part of their league agreement because they got the concession. I mean, it is not an attempt to limit anything. It's an attempt to be more inclusive. Like, and you see the Exhibit A, what fields, what are the times, what, you know, and I was asked that question by one of you. Where's the information that shows what teams are, what league is on what field and what time and when? And we've never had that. And ideally, not only would we start collecting that kind of information, but it'll all be online. You know, so, I mean, these are the kinds of things that, yes, we should be providing that kind of transparency where you can look up, you know, soccer and see what soccer team has what fields and when they are on them, and, you know, but we just haven't had that.
So are we doing the RFP for the, and I get, you've done a great job on this, Marcia, you really have. Like I said, I don't have a problem per se with the facility use agreement. I have a problem because it is going to cost teams more, and on the other side, we need to adjust that, you know, because I do agree we have to protect ourselves as well, and they have a right to protect, you know, their kids and their families and their teams. You know, so on the facility use agreement for the rental of, are we going to take turns with the teams, or every team has to say, I mean, have we even looked at that? When I grew up, if we had a concession, XYZ team had it this one, then this one, teams took turns. If they didn't want their turn, they didn't have to have their turn. But that gave every team an opportunity to be involved in that fundraising process, which is how we looked at it. We knew that on this Saturday, our team was playing and XYZ parents jumped in the booth. When the game was over, guess what? That team that was playing, they had a group. If they didn't want to do it, they could sign off on it, and the next in line can jump in. And that gave all teams the opportunity to jump in and do a fundraiser.
Both baseball organizations do that. They schedule through their parents and their kids to man the concession stand during the season, so they already do that. And I think you're conflating the issues again, like when I told the Vice Mayor. Mr. Peters is talking about the Dewey Boster Sports Complex concession. He's not talking about putting an RFP out for the baseball, because those are sports specific and only on baseball. I think he's talking about modifying their agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Peters, for the baseball concession groups. He's not talking about putting those out to bid, because again, those are only done in the fall and the spring. The sports complex concession can be open every day of the year if they so choose it. But yes, the baseball groups do that.
So we're not taking that away from the baseball groups.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Peters, but I believe our conversation.
No, Madam Commissioner, what I was talking about with the concession stand related to the soccer field.
Just the soccer field.
Because right now, all we're talking about is the soccer program. That concession stand was tied to Deltona Youth Soccer by a separate facility use agreement. What was concerning to me was when we had Carnoween and we had thousands of people out there and the concession stands weren't open. That was a revenue opportunity for Deltona Youth Soccer. It could have been a revenue opportunity for the city, but we had concession stands that were closed up during a major event. And so that was the nexus of me thinking, okay, we have a facility of value that if we change it to a percentage of revenue, facility use agreement, the city could bring in some money, as well as having more opportunity for the public for food opportunity while they're at Dewey Boxer. So that's where that came from. It also came out of some complaints regarding football programs that were out there. They had cookers, grills, and the like, because they did not have access to the concession stand. It wasn't open. So by having a concession facilities use agreement, it would open up more opportunity for people who use Dewey Boxer to have food available and not have other people bringing things in and creating, for lack of a better word, havoc for staff that have to monitor and all that.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Commissioner
ma'am.
King?
I'm not sure who's trying to confuse who here.
y'all are talking about 3 different things instead of keeping on the subject of this agreement. Let's talk about this agreement, okay? I mean, I think there's not a person up here that hasn't said, okay, well, we don't have an issue with this agreement. If we don't have an issue with this agreement, let's get done with this, what we got to do here. But before we call for a vote, or make a motion and call for a vote, let me just say one thing. I run a junior shooting sports program through the American Legion. That costs parents about $640 a year because the American Legion supplies everything they need. A range fee, range coaches, safety officers, everything. People who want their kids to play a specific sport will find a way to have their kids play that sport because we love our kids and we want them to be active and participate. Let me tell you something. We can't talk out of both sides of our mouth when we talk about safety for our kids or saving money for an organization. You run a level 1 background check, you get information on people who are in the system in the state of Florida. Why do I have to run? I have to run them for my people too. Why do I have to run it every year? Because between the time that you last did your background check till the time you run your next background check, that person could be doing something illegal or illicit or worse, messing with our kids. And you don't know unless you do it every year. So it has to be done. But when somebody comes from out of state, maybe last year, maybe they've been here for 20 years, but they decide they want to be a coach or be affiliated with a club that's got kids in training for whatever sport it is. If we just do a background check, level 1, the club signs off because they go, well, we don't find anything on this person, it's all good. But they've molested kids, they've had an ankle bracelet for 5 years, and they're on a list somewhere. But we don't see that. So it's important, I think, for the city to take advantage of this and say, look, we want to make sure that the coaches and the adults over the age of 18 who are working with our youth are good, that they're okay to work with them. I don't want somebody to come in 10 years ago, they molested 6 kids, and I don't know about it, and I let them come on our field and be one of our coaches. Mm-hmm. The only way I can know that is to get a higher level of background check. So is it going to save us money if we stay with what we got? Absolutely. But what is the price that we pay then if one kid gets molested? How much do we save then? Listen, I work with kids too. I'm a junior junior shooting sports coach and a range officer. But I have to make sure that all the people in the American Legion who work with those kids are background checked every single year. And if I get somebody new that I don't know, I've got to make sure of them too. They're not going to mess with the kids. They're not going to be a coach or a range officer until they've been background checked. So the question is, do you want to negotiate or figure out what that level is going to be? Oh, we might have to, we can save some money, but we might have somebody working with our kids that shouldn't be. Or we pay a little bit more money and we make sure that the kids, that the coaches that we have are legit and they're good people. They don't have a record or anything's going to be issue with our children. I don't think there's a parent out here that would say, well, I'll forego that extra $20 and then have your kid be molested. Is it worth it? I don't think so. So that's all I got to say. I think we should move on with this.
Would you like to make the motion?
On our deck. I'll make it.
He's going to do it.
I hereby move to approve the revised facility use agreement for the Parks and Recreations Department, and acting city manager is authorized to make corrections and severances errors.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner King, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. No?
I just had one question, but I think I saw Mark. But if I heard him correctly, for our youth basketball league, coaches have to go through a level 2, correct?
I believe that's what Mr. Manning said. That's what we do internally for our program.
And I can tell you it's been a challenge.
correct?
But it's
Mark, is
been
that correct?
also,
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
for our youth basketball and flag football, any of the coaches out there, do they have to go through a level 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the only reason I ask is because it's been a challenge, but it's been successful. We just want to, and if we're doing it as a city, Commissioner King, I agree, it's something we should do across the board. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, then we'll vote.
Yes, I have a question before I vote. Mr. Peters, you said that you will consider taking one application, one form from the coach certifying that everyone that's dealing with their children passed the background check, not us doing a background check for everyone,
Okay,
right?
there's two things I've said, so I want to make sure I'm clear
Okay.
here. The first one I said is, going forward, when the team comes in with the background check for the national organization, in the past, they've just given us a letter from the team. We want them to include the letter from the national organization as part of that package, so that we had names associated with that.
For each individual.
Correct. And then what I was talking about having everybody sign one of was the code of ethics, code of conduct, that we would allow them to have multiple people sign the same one.
Okay. Thank you.
May we vote, please?
Mayor, pass 6-0.
6-0. Okay, we will move on to item B, approval to negotiate the facility use agreements with youth soccer organizations. Mr. Peters and Mr. Manning.
I will take this one.
Okay.
Now we've done the boilerplate. Now we have, back in the fall, we put out an RFP for youth soccer program. We had 2 proposals. Both of them are excellent. Deltona Youth Soccer and a group called All Nations. They each had their strengths and weaknesses. Deltona Youth Soccer offered $5 per child. All Nations offered $10 per child. Okay, minimus difference. There were some issues with the Deltona Youth Soccer proposal in terms of the accuracy, in terms of number of children. I honestly believe it was inadvertent. They were using numbers from a number of years ago, 600 kids in the program. They haven't been at that level. Some of it COVID. but, there were some issues. The bottom line is we had 2 good applications. So rather than deal with that, we elected to suspend the RFP and to offer the youth soccer programs in Deltona to both organizations. Both organizations indicated they need a certain number of fields. We have adequate facility to provide those fields and to be able to move around to where we can allow the grass to recover so that we don't totally destroy our fields. So we just felt like it was a really unique opportunity to allow both programs to move forward, offer our families and our children in the city multiple options to see what kind of coaching they get and that type of thing. So we're recommending that we proceed with negotiating the final facilities use agreement with both Deltona Youth Soccer and All Nations. That agreement will include field scheduling. We're recommending $5 per child. As Ms. Bradford indicated, even though one had offered 10, we just felt like it was best just to do $5 per child. Because of the timing with the summer season coming up, we have asked that you allow us to negotiate it and proceed with it. We will bring the final version back to the commission, but the main reason I have in there to allow me to negotiate it and execute it is so that we can get these programs moving toward the summer.
Okay, Commissioner Bradford.
This is the fight. I don't think we should be charging them $5 a person. They get charged taxes. They're a resident of Deltona. If they're a non-resident of Deltona, I don't have a problem with it. But why, if you look at your tax bill, I'm pretty sure it includes our parks. So I don't agree.
So
I don't agree with charging. I have, if you want to negotiate, I don't agree.
Commissioner, or maybe Mr. Peters or legal or Mr. Manning can answer this question. The commission produced a policy multiple years ago. Mr. Manning, is he here?
How much is that per team?
2015, something like that, that we did $5 a kid, right? That's correct. Was that voted on, and is that a policy? And the reason I'm asking Commissioner Bradford is, does it need to be repealed if the commission wants to do any changes?
That was voted on and approved by the commission, yes.
So then that needs to be properly addressed separately in terms of, because it's not only for this agreement, it would be for baseball and all the other agreements.
Wonderful.
And that would be, but it is a policy that needs to be, does it need to be brought back to the commission as a policy? I mean, they can negotiate whatever they want on these 2 agreements, but how does that work because of the policy, even though it wasn't followed some years?
I mean,
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Manning the question. I'm probably going to regret I asked it, but it's my understanding in 2015, it was agreed to $5, and it had like a 3-year escalation clause in it where it was supposed to go up for 2 or 3 years after that?
That is correct.
And we did not do that.
And the cap was supposed to be $20. That was not done because the city manager at the time, after 1 year, decided to stop doing that, so we didn't collect the fees at that point. As you mentioned earlier, you did a public records request in, I think, 2018 or 2019.
Found it.
And once we got the complete list from finance, most everybody was up to date by 2020 in the springtime for that, because we went back and got them to pay for those previous years.
So Commissioner Bradford, I know you don't agree with the fee. So what is your desire in terms of, do you want that to be brought back as a separate item?
I would love for it to be brought back at a separate item. I think this is something, you know what, just because it was voted on in 2015 doesn't mean that in 2022 we have to go with it.
Well, we never enforced what was voted on anyway. So it's,
You know, that's
Doesn't
the
matter.
thing is do we want to do, you know, and King, you're right, you're not right. Okay, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on this, because there are families whose children are not involved, because to you, to me, to some people, $20, $25, whatever, may not be a lot of money, but to some families, it's a lot of money, and their parents just can't do it, and those kids are they're not even able to go watch a game. So, you know what, I would rather bring it back where we negotiate these fees. I have no problem even charging out of the area, out of Deltona, city limits, more money, but our residents, we should not be charging these groups. And again, they're credible groups. They've shown that they're established. You know, obviously we gotta not have every group that's wanting to just throw down be out there, but, you know, I'm going to use the two soccer groups. They're accredited groups. They're recognized. They do everything they're supposed to do. They go through and they fill all the paperwork out. They turn everything in. Great. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. But yeah, I would like to see this table, and I would like to see us bring back our fee structure for our athletic department and division.
So Commissioner Bradford, I just want to clarify one thing. When you say that you can charge out of the area or out of Deltona people higher fees, this is a problem with Dewey Boster Park, because Dewey Boster was built with ECHO funds, and the standard for ECHO is you cannot charge any more to an outside organization than you can for local. That happened with multiple things that are purchased, you know, or ECHO funding is produced. So whatever you charge a local group, you have to charge the same fee in standard for an out-of-the-area group. It's become very problematic countywide because of ECHO funding to charge different tiers. So if you say $5 a kid or $0 a kid for Deltona group and $10 a kid for somebody coming in from DeLand or DeBerry, you really can't do that at Dewey because it was funded with ECHO dollars. So just to be clear on that, so that's not, from legal, it's not, I mean, it's a problem when you're looking at specifically Dewey Boster Park.
We're doing that now, though, right?
No.
Yeah.
Are we charging higher for outside?
We're charging higher price for non-residents, correct? Than we are. Can I get clarification on that, please? Because I was told it is $10 for non-Deltona residents, and now so can I please get a complete?
I think you're asking two separate questions here. When you say residents, are you talking about organizations? For example, Deltona Youth Soccer, their agreement was not renewed. So for the spring season, they started off paying the rental rate, which was approved by the commission for their field use. After we met with them and the city manager, they came up to an agreement where the city manager agreed to charge them a lower rate than what the current rate was, along with the $5 per player fee for the season. For outside organizations that don't have facility use agreements, they pay the rental rate. It doesn't matter if they're resident or non-resident. If it's an outside organization, such as you brought up the DeLand Dogs, they pay the rental hourly rate that was approved by the commission. There are no exceptions to that.
So what you just said is totally illegal to what she said. Yeah, you said that we're not allowed to charge more for one.
These are two different things. What you're talking, the $5 a child for is a group like baseball or softball or this, and they have a facility use agreement. The other is an entity that comes in, for example, the Philadelphia Union, Bethune-Cookman, the Minnesota team that was going to come. They are paying a field rental fee. They don't have a facility use agreement.
Okay, so then we can charge them.
Because these guys aren't paying
That is correct.
field fee. They're paying $5 a kid. Right. Wait. You were never paying a field fee. You were paying prior to when you had a facility use agreement that was current. Yours is expired. When it was a current facility use agreement, they were paying the $5 a kid or whatever it was at that time. They're not paying for field fees. They're paying $5 a kid under a facility use agreement, just like baseball.
That is correct.
But if another entity comes in and wants to rent the field for a football tournament for a weekend, they pay a field usage fee because they don't have a facility use agreement. That's the difference.
Okay, so where I'm getting confused here is I
Can
have a group that has receipts saying one thing, and you're saying another thing. How do we get You guys have receipts. Can you please get a copy to the clerk of court? I would like to see that information. You
Madam Mayor,
know,
if I can.
Yes, go ahead.
During the interview with both of the applicants, there was discussion about sponsorships. And the sponsorships are a way for these organizations to get money, that whether it be Advent Hospital, Halifax Hospital, where they can defray the costs for the children. Because we're talking $5 facilities use cost. I believe these organizations are charging $120, $125 a child for the basic program. They also run a travel program. Those fees are more like $1,000, $1,200. So there's two different levels of programs that are going on here. But one of the ways to help disadvantaged families who cannot afford the $120, $125 is through sponsorships. I know this because my wife does it. She sponsors 2 teams, and she constantly asks, "And do you have any children that need help to pay?" She helps pay for it. So sponsors are a wonderful way of letting the private sector get involved and help defray your concerns 100%. And both organizations indicated they do sponsorships, and that's a way to allay your concerns with regard to the affordability for the children.
okay, so your wife, you mentioned, does it. So is she doing it through the city, or is she doing it directly to the organization?
She does it directly to the team.
So each team has a direct, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So Commissioner, again, you're talking about Deltona Youth Soccer, correct? So in the fall of 2021, when they had a facility use agreement, they paid $5 per player for the fall 21 season. Their agreement was not renewed going into 2022, so they paid the rental rate at the start of the season, and that has been gradually declined as the season has moved on. But they were not paying the $5 per player per season for the spring 2022 season because they did not have a facility use agreement.
Well, what were they paying?
They started at $75 an hour with lights. Then we adjusted that to
Guys,
per
please,
field.
guys, please, it's hard to
Yes,
hear.
$75 an hour for each field they use with lights. Per hour, that's correct. I just said that, thank you. I just said that, thank you. And then that was adjusted after we met with the city manager, where we dropped that down to $25 an hour for light usage, along with a $5 per player fee.
You guys are okay with this?
But this, once they have a facility use agreement, that goes away. It'll be $5 a kid. That's it. Until the commission, if they decide to have a meeting on adjusting field usage fees for teams, for facility use agreements, the commission, that's a separate thing. Right now, if you have in front of you, we have 2 organizations that want field use agreements. And they would be, he said that they would be paying $5 a kid per season.
Which
So if
is
they-
how much, was what I said, how many kids per season? How much is each team paying? Each team, about how many kids?
Are you talking about the registration fee? I think it varies for travel and in-house recreation ball. I'm not sure what the numbers are. What is the travel? It's like $1,200 a season? $1,100 for?
For the full year. That's
Okay.
for our fall and spring season, and that's for travel.
Okay.
And what about for the regular?
Recreational, it was for senior academy, which is, 7 to 11. That was $195 for the full year, fall and spring. Our soccer season, our seasonal year goes fall to spring, and that's why and I apologize, that's why we're getting a little out of arms, because previously, for the last how many years have we been on these fields? We have had a field use agreement and have paid the $5 per player per season. I don't mind the $5 per player. It is what it is. If that's what you guys need.
So $1,100 for the year for travel per player, and $195 a year for regular. And then you have now a summer program for $150 a week per player for like 6 weeks, right? 6 or 8 weeks. So. But I've researched a lot of it. And we're not going to go back. We're going to have public comment in a minute. We're just trying to get numbers here. So, Commissioner, does that help you? If it's $1,100 they're charging for travel, and then $195 a year, and of those $1,100, if it's 2 seasons, they pay $10, and the same with the $195, you'd pay $5 a season, so it'd be $10.
Yeah,
So $10 for the $1,100 and $10 for the $195. Okay? Does that help you?
Oh, yeah, it helps me.
Okay.
I still don't agree with it, but
Okay, so is there any other commissioners that have comments on the facility use agreements before we go to public comment? Oh, wait, who lit up? Commissioner Sosa. Ladies and gentlemen, can we not talk, please? Commissioner Sosa, you have the floor.
Just a quick question regarding the RFPs that were sent out. All I've got is this use agreement. I don't have anything on the other team. I know Deltona Youth Soccer's been here since, I think, 1981. I was looking up the other team, and all I could find was the closest thing was a team out of Jacksonville, and I believe you told me that somebody else has moved over to Winter Springs from Texas. Does this other team, does it already have a base here in Deltona, or is it starting from scratch?
They would be starting from scratch here in Deltona. They are in Winter Springs. They have been working with the city of Kissimmee on programs over there, including tournaments. And, they have, they're making efforts throughout Central Florida to provide programs for the youth. The gentleman who is associated with All Nations in Winter Springs started a major program in Houston that was highly successful. Due to family matters, they moved to Chicago, where he started programs up there. And then once again, for family reasons, they moved to Central Florida. He has started programs in 2 other locations and did well. He has a desire to create a similar program here in Central Florida. And he would like to make Deltona his home base for that.
Okay, but you just said he started in Kissimmee.
Pardon me?
You just said he was in Kissimmee, right? He started a team in Kissimmee. So is he going around to all the different cities trying to start different teams? And how efficient is that going to be? And how many coaches and that does he have that's going to be dedicated to the area? Because I didn't get any information on the other team at all. I only got one piece of paper.
I wish you'd asked. We could have given you a copy of the RFP. They had the information in there. But they also do tournaments. They believe that we have some of the best fields in Central Florida, and they want to be a part of it. It is something that will put eyes on our community if we're able to get some of these tournaments to come. But it's also an opportunity to provide more opportunities for the children in Deltona. As I indicated earlier, at one time we had 600 children in our soccer program. We're down now to, I believe, less than 200 or around 200. So there's obviously a demand out there that's not being met. In talking to some other communities, a community of 15,000 had 220 kids in a city-run soccer program. But I'm not suggesting city-run. Please don't say that. What I'm saying is they have 220 children in the soccer program in a community of 15,000 people. We're 6 times larger, 6.5 times larger. If you did the math, we should be able to take care of 1,000 to 1,200 kids in a soccer program based on those numbers. The city of Maitland, they have like 600, 800 kids involved. Winter Park has an astounding number. So there are highly successful programs with very high numbers of children involved. Going back to Ms. Bradford's point, provide the kids something to keep them off the street and, a good recreational opportunity. That's what we are trying to achieve here.
Okay. Going back, that was something that was said in the previous agenda item. One of the teams is already doing a trial over at Dewey, and the other, there was a public records request to see if they paid for the field, and it came back as not available. Did this team that's doing the trials today pay for the fee to use the field?
They are paying the hourly rate this evening.
This evening? Is there a contract signed stating that from before tonight?
They are being invoiced for the usage tonight, pending their facility use agreement.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can you help, because I'm really struggling to hear some of the conversation due to the audience?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, it is very difficult to hear with all the background noise going on. It's not the first time. We have several people that wear hearing aids here, and it's really hard for them to understand with all the background noise going on.
All right, thank you, sir, that's it.
Vice Mayor, I believe you were on the board.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to understand something. When you say that they're paying $5 per child, is there an additional charge after that when they have a contract?
Not from the city.
No, it's just the $5 per player.
Regardless how many players they have, it's $5, and
Per player, yes.
and that's part of the contract?
Yes.
That's what comes in? Okay. So when you say that you want to negotiate a contract with these two teams, what exactly are you negotiating?
What we're negotiating is we will schedule the fields. We will schedule, when we need to put lines down, the equipment, the goals and what have you. It may include shifting the field to give the grass a chance to recover. All the scheduling items will be in the agreement we're talking about. If they want to have nighttime, then, it will include the cost for the light in addition to the $5. But if it's strictly in the daytime, it will be $5 only. But the main thing is scheduling the fields, 2 to 3 fields per each team. I think right now 2 per team. And we will schedule it, put it on a calendar so they know that they have those fields at that time.
So would that scheduling interfere with their current schedule, what they have right now?
No, ma'am. The facilities use agreement will be starting with the summer program and then going forward from that. So what we're talking, the reason we need to get this moving now is so they can start. There's already been a lot of advertisements by all parties at this point, but to make it official so that they can begin the programs and all that. We sent out a letter when we did the commission agenda item because there were some people that were already advertising even though we hadn't gotten commission approval. So I sent out a letter authorizing them to advertise the summer program based on this commission agenda item with the caveat that they had to put a disclaimer on there that this is subject to commission approval on May 2nd.
So the schedule they have currently is not a confirmed schedule, is that what you're saying? They could change?
What the schedule is right now would be the completion of the spring program. What we're talking about now starts with the summer and on, moving forward.
So our team has been here for many years, and we have a new team coming in if the negotiation goes through. What's to guarantee that our youth are going to get the schedule that they've been working on or playing on all year?
Based on the RFP, both organizations indicated the number of fields that they need, and I believe, I have to go back and look, but I believe it was 2 fields each. So we have adequate number of fields to support that. So we would designate, field 1 and 3 and 5 and 6 or whatever, for the two organizations. Then we would agree to the time frame. And obviously, if it's going to be after 8:30 at night, then they're going to need lights, so they would pay the light charge. And then when we go into the fall, when it gets dark earlier, there will be more light charge because if they go later. So that's all part of the negotiation, is looking at the schedule and making sure everybody is comfortable with the schedule going forward.
And we guarantee that no team will be left behind.
Pardon me?
We're guaranteeing that no team is going to be left behind.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
And I look at it the other way. We have a team that's established. They've been established. You just said they're down to 200. They're saying 400, 300, 300. But yet you feel we have enough for 1,200. So I'm getting conflicting here again. Please, we got to keep quiet here. We have, this team is out of Jacksonville. I just looked it up. They're clearly out of Jacksonville. They do solicit other cities. To me, it's a moneymaker. So, I'm a little confused here. Because, it's clearly on their website, it's on their Facebook, it's all over. So it's not a league that was developed for Deltona residents. It's a league that was...
He didn't hear what you said, so I'm just...
Okay. It's a league that was developed to go from city to city and create it as a revenue stream. Okay. That's not what we wanted. We wanted a league that has made Deltona their homes. It's just like we call, what's our events that we have that we want to have? Legacy events, all right? We got a legacy team here that we're going to say, hey, you know what? We put an RFP out. I like them. They're nice people, blah, 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 but we're going to split it. That's not what an RFP does. It's one or the other. I don't think we should be taking from our current legacy team that's been here for years for whatever reason. This team, if you look it up, they're here to bring in funds. So y'all can look it up. It's right here. What is it? They're all around. They do this in many cities. So to say they're not doing it in other cities, they're doing it in other cities.
Well, let me just say this. As I indicated before, Deltona Youth Soccer has been around for some time. Back in the early 2010s, they had 600 kids participate in the program. It is much less now.
Because of COVID. Everybody's down because of COVID. So I'm not going to say they're down for any other reason other than COVID, because everything is down right now due to COVID. You can go to a lot of different groups and organizations and events, and they're going to tell you that attendance is down is because of COVID.
But I will tell you that the numbers were down before COVID. There was a trend going down before COVID, and I know that was one of the concerns. But the main thing we wanted to do is make good utilization of the facilities that we have for the community. And when it comes to reality here, given the number of children involved, we have more than adequate number of fields. The $5 is not a revenue maker for us. It is something that was in the 2015 commission fee structure. That's why we're using the $5. It's based on that time. Technically, if we would have followed that commission directive back then, we would be using $20 per child. I don't think anybody wants to go there. $5 is a reasonable amount when you look at it as a percentage of what they're charging. Just to make my math easy, if they're charging $200, then $5 is 2.5%. The city is getting 2.5%, or slightly more than 2.5%. I think they said it was 195. So, 2.7% is what the city's charging for the fields. And so it's a nominal amount when we really get down to it.
Okay, you good? All right.
Public
Since
comment.
there's no one else up here that wants to speak, we'll go to public comment. Mr. Manning, do you have a copy of the RFPs? I do not. Do you have a copy of the RFPs?
Ma'am, I don't have it with me. I apologize.
Because the group that she is looking up here, All Nations, out of Jacksonville, I was told by staff that that's not the group that did the RFP.
No, ma'am, you all received an email from someone talking about the group out of Jacksonville who do have foreign players involved, but that is not the organization we're talking about. It's an organization that has the same name. This organization is out of Winter Springs. So please disregard any emails you receive suggesting that this is All Nation out of Jacksonville. That is not the truth. The company is out of Winter Springs.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break. How many do we have for public comment?
Do we have the RFP?
I'm going to look for it. I have it somewhere, possibly upstairs.
15, Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor, will you please take over and go through public comment while we try to find that RFP to be clear?
Liz, are we called?
Okay, Jason Hollenbach.
Here.
Then Jen Goronsky, then Tiffany Hollenbach, then Andrea Goronsky. I apologize. Jason?
Good evening, everybody. Jason Hollenbach, President, Deltona Youth Soccer Club. I'm going to give you a brief rundown of the timeline that Deltona Youth Soccer Club has been facing due to Mr. Peters here, because I have a feeling that none of you know exactly what's going on. For 41 years, Deltona Youth Soccer Club has served the community of Deltona, making sure to put the city's families and children first. On November 2nd, 2022, I received a letter from John Peters stating that they had determined that the current agreement with Deltona Youth Soccer Club was not sufficient to meet the level of service, and that the city of Deltona would be seeking a request for proposal from all interested parties to provide a comprehensive youth soccer program for ages 4 to 18 that focuses on multiple components to include instructional, recreational, and travel programs. Again, DYSC has and continues to provide those exact services. I emailed Mr. Peters requesting an explanation to find out how DYSC was insufficient. His response was, and I quote, "By copy of this email, I am requesting that you get a copy of the RFP. Thank you for reaching out." As of today, DYSC still does not know where we were deficient, and if we were, why were we allowed to continue our spring season? Very good question, right? January 7th, the due date for the RFP. DYSC submitted our proposal, which I hand-delivered to City Hall. Also on January 7th, our VP, Jens Goronsky, was notified via email by Mark Manning that if DYSC wanted to move forward with their spring season, we would need to pay the rental fees of $50 per hour per field without lights and $75 per hour per field with lights. Although on the City of Deltona's website, it clearly states that the soccer and football fields at Dewey are not for rent. We agreed to do that as it was our only option, especially since 2/3 of our registrations were already in place since the fall of 21. February 10th, an evaluation meeting for the RFP for soccer program was scheduled. After we attended, it was decided that they would move forward with a presentation by both All Nation Sports and DYSC, since according to the selection committee, there were still questions that they wanted to ask. Mr. Peters made it very clear that the compensation to the city had a significant role in all of this. February 17th was the scheduled presentation day, which myself, Tiffany Hollenbach, and my VPNs attended. We were told that there would not be another presentation, yet just before 10 a.m., All Nations moved in. March 2nd, an evaluation meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m. to discuss the presentations. Just after 9 a.m., I was approached by the purchasing manager, Kate Duffy, and I was told that there was not going to be a meeting. I then requested a meeting with Mr. Peters to negotiate the rental fees since we're a nonprofit organization and in the middle of a fiscal cycle, and the rental fees far exceeded our approved budget. March 4th, an agreement was made that we would pay the $25 per hour per field for lights after the time change and a $10 per player for the spring 2022 season, which alone was double what we were already paying. And this, I want you to note, this is more than any other youth sports in your city pays. $10 per player per season. April 18th, I received an email from Mark Manning containing a letter dated April 15th and signed by John Peters stating that they were going to award soccer programming to both DYSC and All Nation Sports. So after all these months going through all this whole RFP process, we're told that the RFP is canceled. And now here we are tonight at this meeting to approve an RFP that's been canceled. On April 28th is when I received the notice from Demand Star stating it was canceled.
Thank you, sir.
Jen Skoronsky, please.
Hello, I'm the VP of Deltona Youth Soccer. I really don't know what to say anymore. I mean, you're talking about the fees that we were, paying. These parents actually were paying. It's not us. We don't make money out of this club. I'm working a full-time job. I'm 20 hours on the field with a travel team. I'm having a 65-hour week. I'm helping these kids. My wife is upset every night when I come home and say, hey, sorry, babe, but, I need to be out there. We need to set up the goals. We need to do things. So I really don't understand where this is going. And honestly, I mean, again, we're just shepherds for these kids. And the money that we paid to provide a soccer program that no one else would have done this spring season, there was no one out there, again, came from the kids. So they paid for their own season. So when you tell me $5, now I hear $5 plus cost of lights. I mean, where does this go? And I mean, we've been working for 5 months on this RFP. And I'm really just asking right now when I hear we have enough fields. 2 fields right now, that's what we're getting, right? We're using 5. Mark knows that because I send him every week my week schedule. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 5 fields. We're not even talking about the academies right now. When the academies are there, we're on 6 fields. I know that Charlie is upset with us too because we're right behind him. I mean, we're like, Charlie's like brothers, right? I mean, we fight, we argue, but, we're always together. Again, there are 2-3 fields left. And now you're talking about you're going to have staff on the field? I mean, it's great in the evenings. Are you going to pay for that? Because I always hear cost, cost, cost. So when you now have multiple organizations on the field, I'm wondering where that goes. All Nation Sports, Deltona Youth Soccer, those are the 2 companies that put the bid in, right? Where does Liverpool fit in? Because what I see online is they're out there tonight, they're paying for the fields, but they're advertising their season as well out there. So how does a third youth soccer club fit in there right now? I don't understand what's going on here anymore. All Nation Sports, the RFP that I saw, they're based out of Texas. We're here. One of us 3 is on the field every day. If there's a question, we're there. I mean, I don't understand. My kid is here today. And he's hearing a lot of things, and he just asked, do we have a season this year? And I was like, I don't know anymore. It depends on the city. If they want to shut us down, because it felt like you wanted to shut us down so someone else can come in, and we are bankrupt. That's how it felt when you guys charged us $75 per hour. We had to do it because we couldn't stop mid-season. We were willing to fight, but we're getting tired. We cannot consistently fight the city manager. I mean, Mark, speak up. He just said we're using 2 fields. Every week we're using 5, 6 fields with our academy and everything. I'm tired. I can't do this anymore. And you're messing with these people. I see them every week, every day out there. And I just feel like you are not having our back. We're having people that are saying, we're leaving town. They're leaving our club, yes, but they're leaving this city because they want to go somewhere else because they know they're going to have another season. They don't have to work with these heartaches. They don't know if they have another season. Right now, there is nothing right now set up for the next season. Tryouts are, now, this week, today. Other teams all over have tryouts. So if a parent comes to me and says, do we have another season? I don't have an answer. So they're looking on the internet. You know where they're going? Orlando City, Sanford. They're not going to come back. They're gone. Because even if we have a soccer club, they don't trust you guys to keep it up and support it. I'm sorry, but I'm angry.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Tiffany Hollenbach, please.
Good evening again. Sorry. Good evening again. My name is Tiffany Hollenbach. I spoke earlier in a professional capacity. Now I am coming to you as a mother who happens to work for Deltona Youth Soccer Club. I'm going to try really hard not to get emotional. I'm sorry. I have been on the front lines of this entire RFP process for the nearly 6 months now with my husband and our VP and other family members with our club. This RFP has taken us away, myself, everybody else, from our families, from our home lives. Like, it's one thing to watch soccer on TV because it's fun and because we love it, and soccer is literally life for us. But when soccer and fighting with the city and people that are trying, because it's being taken from us. DYSC to us is an extension of our family, and I believe that that is why we have been fighting so hard. But the time has come, and we need answers, and we need them now, not just for my family, my son here is here as well, but for our extended soccer family. We are exhausted, and I am heartbroken that I have to see my son cry on several occasions because he thinks he's not going to be able to play soccer. And I have to apologize that this has taken us away so much, and it is my fear that he is going to lose that passion and that love that he has for this game. That does not sit well with me. I wasn't going to bring it up originally, but I was just made aware. We keep hearing that no one is trying to push us out. I, however, just received a very extensive public records request with several emails from certain individuals in this room now that has been going on for years. I would like it on record to show otherwise, to tell us here and now, have there been conversations, because I have them. Have there been conversations with certain individuals for years about bringing in an outside soccer group, whether it is All Nation Sports Academy out of Texas, run by a Marcelo Galvao, whether it is Liverpool FC, who Marcelo Galvao happens to show up as the new executive director for the Deltona branch, or is it a German football club, because I have them all in here. There were even emails during the entire RFP process, which would be a violation of the cone of silence. Is that why the RFP was canceled 4 days before the vote? And how are we still voting on something that no longer exists? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Andrea Goronsky, please. Andrea Goronsky, please.
Good evening. My husband, 2 sons, and I have been part of the DYSC family since 2018. My sons both played competitive travel soccer in the club, but got their start in the junior and senior academy recreational soccer programs. I would like to share just one of the many positive experiences my family has had with the Deltona Youth Soccer Club over the years. Last season, during a DYSC U11 home game, it became clear very early on that the guest team was outmatched. Within 10 minutes, Deltona was up 4-0. As parents, we excitedly cheered on our children, encouraging them to stay focused and not lose their level of intensity. However, after the first water break, Deltona stopped attacking and instead began playing a possession-based game, moving the ball from player to player. For the remaining 3 quarters of the game, Deltona scored just 2 more goals. After the game, my son explained to me how during the first water break, Coach Rolando spoke to the team about empathy and compassion and challenged the players to imagine themselves in the position of the opposing team. He encouraged them to become mentors to the other team, and that their new objective would be to show the opposing team how to move the ball and how to communicate on the field. The coach of the opposing team thanked Deltona for showing his team compassion and not embarrassing them by running up the score. Since then, there have been many games where my son's teams have been on the losing side. Unfortunately, in many cases, their teams were not granted the same compassion and sportsmanship that DYSC teaches their players during every practice and every game. As an educator in the city of Deltona, I know how important and challenging it can be to teach children these values, but they are vital if they're to become productive citizens in this community. I'm grateful and proud that my children are not only developing as soccer players, but as citizens who will hopefully become future leaders and mentors within our community and beyond. The Deltona Youth Soccer Club is unique in their approach, and I'm happy that my children are part of this wonderful club. I hope that the city of Deltona shares our pride in this soccer club and continues to support it for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug Bishop. Doug Bishop, please. Okay. Danielle Ho.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Hall, and I'm a member of the Deltona Youth Soccer Club. My son has played with the club for the last 3 years. We are more than just a youth soccer program. We are an extended soccer family. Last Wednesday, on the 27th, my husband and I saw a post on Facebook about learning soccer the Liverpool way and saw that they had a new location at Dewey O. Booster in Deltona. We were confused, so my husband decided to reach out and post on that posting on Facebook, asking, doesn't Deltona already have a youth program? And Liverpool responded in quotes. Ryan Hall, there is, and we will share the fields. As of today, 4/27, which we haven't voted yet because we're voting today, these are the plans of the city from Liverpool, in quotes. I was shocked when I heard from our board of directors what the city was doing to a nonprofit youth soccer organization. I'm flabbergasted. Who is Liverpool? Madam Mayor, do you know that Liverpool's holding tryouts tonight and on Friday? Who's All Nation Sports? Are All Nation Sports and Liverpool, are they tied together? Marcelo Galvo, however you say his last name, he's tied to both places. So Liverpool and All Nation is one. How? How is this possible? Why are we allowing this to happen in our community where we pay taxes? The RFP received 2 bids, one from All Nation Soccer Academy, Deltona FC, submitted by Marcelo, who happens to also be the director of Liverpool. Another bid was submitted by my president, Jason Hollenbach. Commissioners, who authorized Liverpool to have these tryouts at our home fields at Dewey O. Booster? I'd like to know why Deltona Youth Soccer was not allowed to advertise for our upcoming season. We were allowed to advertise for our summer soccer program, but not once have we been given authorization to advertise for our future. But we are allowing Liverpool to come in and advertise. How is this fair? Who's behind this? When you vote tonight, keep in mind that you can keep the same nonprofit organization that has been here for 40 years. We've been playing on these fields for 20 of them. How is the city going to accommodate fields for two different clubs? Mr. Peters, I believe you provided inaccurate information. I'm not quite sure when the last time you were at Dewey O Booster for a soccer night, but we use 5 fields, not 2. I would know. I'm there 3 nights a week. Having to share fields between 2 leagues, that is going to affect the amount of time that is going to be allotted to my son, and the tax dollars that I pay to Parks and Rec should not allow this. I pray that when you make your vote tonight, you look out here and you see every single kid that is here tonight, because that's the reason why we have been.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tara D'Arico, please.
Hey, good evening. Tara D'Arico, candidate District 3 Commission. So my family has a history with Deltona Youth Soccer over a span of 10 years. My brother Jim volunteering as vice president of the club for 4 years, my sister-in-law the bookkeeper. I also volunteered helping line the fields, working the concession booths, and many a Saturday morning me, along with many others, would be on the sidelines cheering on the kids. Deltona Youth Soccer Club is a non-profit club with a commitment to keeping costs affordable for our local Deltona youth. They continue to put in the huge work effort along with our Parks and Rec department to make Dewey Boster its home. Many other clubs are operating for a profit, charging significantly more. Deltona Youth Soccer continues to honor their commitment to provide an affordable option for Deltona's youth. As residents of Deltona, our Deltona tax dollars contribute to the maintenance of this park. Our Parks and Rec department, again, Deltona city employees, work very hard to maintain this facility and these fields. To now not only actively seek other organizations using the RFP process, but to consider approving a competing club to use these fields makes no sense. Sharing the space has already been tried and historically has not worked out. I've, unfortunately, in my history with Deltona Youth Soccer, I've observed some of the ways it has not worked out. There were fights, player poaching, even though it's not supposed to happen. Again, competing clubs, it happens. Equipment maintenance issues, and issues with trash cleanup. Public records state a cease and desist was supposedly issued to Deltona Youth Soccer on April 15th as they were advertising summer youth programs that had not yet been approved by the city, even though they have a long-standing history in this city. Yet on April 20th, it was also brought to the attention of the city, this other organization, which by the way is Liverpool Club because it's all over their website. Liverpool Club was continuing to promote and advertise the use of Dewey Boster Fields. This was brought to the attention of the city. There's no disclaimer indicating it's subject to commission approval as instructed in the letter that Mr. Peters had sent. It specifically states our new Deltona location, and it lists Dewey Boster's information. It lists tryouts happening tonight, happening, I believe, again Thursday, happening again next Monday. People have already signed up for them. They're going on. I drove by on my way here. They were out there actively holding tryouts. And in fact, as of 3 p.m. today, this information remains on their website. And even center stage at the top of the page in a bold red font talks about their added location in Deltona Dewey Boster. So our long-term 40-year legacy partner, Deltona Youth Soccer Club, had a cease and desist, but yet 17 days later, once the city was notified, this other organization is still being allowed to advertise. Why? As a Deltona Park and a Deltona field should remain a resource for a Deltona organization and should receive priority. To now not only solicit but consider bringing in a competing league is not right. It also shows an incredible lack of support to our local youth soccer club that has been here for this city for 40 years as an affordable sports option. And it's just not right, not at all. I've got copies of the site if anybody wants to see them.
Thank you.
Randy White. Randy White, please.
Get your pens ready, because I got questions, and I don't want y'all to miss any. This time I want answers before y'all vote. Brandy White, Deltona, also candidate for District 1. I can answer some of the questions here, actually, and I don't blame Mark for not speaking up or correcting, because we've already ran off our sports director, Ryan Reckley, so I don't blame him for not speaking up. Secondly, Liverpool International and All Nations are one and the same, technically run by the same company. We all know how LLCs and DBAs all work, and it's all the same bird. Okay, so starting with questions. Has the city ever asked for an RFP for desired use of facilities before? When and why now? Second, how many RFPs were sent out? I know we got 2 back, but how many did we approach? How did we approach these RFPs? When was it directed to do an RFP? My next one is, was there more than one bid scoring, and how did the results differ between the 2? Because I know there was 2. Also, why are we giving them a field use agreement if currently the process says outsiders have to pay the rental fees? They should just pay the rental fees if they want to use it. Oh, that's right, because we're not allowed to rent the fields. Okay. Do all field agreement uses normally come before the commission? Here's my next one. Have we ever had outsiders get a field use agreement, or have they always paid, or have we never had any outsiders use them at all? And lastly, this one's going to be a little long. So, I really want to know how in the hell Liverpool International is set up on Dewey's premise right now. Now, I'm going to let you know, I went out there and I spoke to them. I took video speaking to them, and I took pictures. According to them, this has been approved. According to them, they've known weeks ago that they were going to be able to come here. So I'm a little confused how the hell that happens. But the PRRs answer that. Don't worry, I'll get to that. They're quite confident it's going to pass, so I see there's probably some gross misconduct going on here. So I'm going to ask, did anyone on the dais, other than Heidi, have any type of interaction, conversations, or meetings regarding All Nations or Liverpool International? And I would like that to be stated on the record. As for the emails, let's go back through those with my 1 minute remaining. It actually starts far back to 2020, February 18th. Mr. Dieter reached out to Heidi. It says here, 11:47 from the city assistant, Sandy, emails Heidi and says, the German guy called. He wants to talk to you. I said, should I send him to the Parks and Recs? And he said, no, I need to speak to you, Heidi. Heidi responds with, I'll contact him. Funny, I would think that that's a staff's job. Because interference is a big issue for Mr. Peters. He doesn't like when the commission interferes. Isn't that right, sir? Carrying on, there's the international hold, no travel, whatever. So lo and behold, it's lifted 9/24/21. See, these dates are important because this is where you guys got your notifications. Email comes in again from the Germany guy. He wants to meet. Immediately, you send it to them to have a meeting. He sends it to Ryan. They have a meeting, and suddenly, here we are. I want answers.
Thank you, ma'am.
Erin Streeter, please. Erin Streeter. Erin Streeter, please.
Commissioner, make sure I get my answers.
Hey there, I'm Erin Streeter. My son, Chase Streeter, has been with
DYSC since summer of last year. Chase is a homeschooler, and he also has autism. When we started, we were just trying to find an avenue for him to meet other children and just interact. It's been very hard for Chase, and when COVID hit, all the homeschooling groups kind of shut down completely. The first time he went, the first 15 minutes, it was hard to even watch. I went out on the field and was like, I'll just take him, I'm sorry. And his coach was like, no, he's fine. He's enjoying it. Let him play. I'm like, he's going the wrong way. He's not interacting. No, just let him play. And so I sat back and just watched, biting my nails. And when he was done, I was like, well, what'd you think? Oh, I loved it. I'm like, oh, okay. And so he did the entire week. We signed him up for fall. He has never stayed with anything, and they were more than supportive, and he went every practice he could make. He learned the days of the week because of soccer. He wanted to be able to know what days soccer was. We've done spring, and now we'll do summer, and he's made his first friend, who actually became a family friend, his whole family. And it was all through soccer, and his coaches taking the time to be with him and show support and understanding and not exclude him, and saying soccer is for everyone. It's for the community, and they're not about the profit. They just want the kids to have fun and just let them play. It was really hard for Chase to sit here for 3 hours. We were in and out, and I'm sorry about that. But he just wanted to make sure y'all knew how much he loves his coaches and loves the game. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's going to be Amy Liberatore, then Charles Vance, then Jessica Atanano, then Richard Bellick, then Marcelo Galvo, and then Larry Schreiber. Amy Liberatore, please.
Hi, my name is Amy. My son, who is 11 years old, has played with DYSC for the past 3 years. My son was diagnosed with a sensory processing disorder at 18 months old. It is very similar to autism. Noah has had therapies 4 days a week for approximately 5 years. Since joining DYSC, I've seen my boy grow leaps and bounds, thanks to this youth soccer program, but most of all, the coaches. Honestly, when he first started competitive soccer, he was having panic attacks. We thought they were asthma attacks, but they were actually panic attacks. But these coaches pulled him right through. Sorry. Since Noah started at Deltona, he's able to stop all therapies. My family owes a lot to these coaches. I'm here tonight as it was brought to my attention that our city voting tonight as possibly having a share fields with All Nations Soccer Academy. Commissioners, while you are voting tonight, please keep my son, a child of Deltona, in your hearts and in minds. Vote for a nonprofit organization who has serviced Deltona for 20 years to continue to reach out to the lives like my son. On 4/27, I saw a posting on Facebook advertising to come learn soccer at Liverpool Way, at a new location at Deltona. I commented on the Facebook post asking where the practice and games were going to be held, and it was answered by a representative of Liverpool stating that all training and games will be at Dewey. How can they promote this if you commissioners have not voted on it yet? I am just asking for you to please keep my son in your mind and other children just like him when you make this vote. These coaches have really, really, really been amazing for my son and all the children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Vance. Charles Vance, please.
Charlie Vance. 2270 Asbury Road. Everybody's brought up many things. I just want to reemphasize, like Marcelo there, you did this RFP, you put it out, he applied under All Nations with his one-man organization because there was no other paperwork that he had anybody. Maybe a second guy was that Dieter guy. And now you've thrown out the RFP so that he can represent Liverpool coming here now. You're changing the rules during the race. And that doesn't seem right. Either you're doing it on your own or somebody on the dais is directing you to do that. And that may be what these other ladies are referring to with all these emails. Somebody's violated the code of ethics for the state of Florida Sunshine Law. And maybe you ought to file a complaint that way. That would help me out. And because what they said, they did all this Liverpool flyers, no disclaimer as you asked. And then, there is a disclaimer, everybody's missing. They're talking about how great they are, but down here in one little spot, Orlando location, we had to merge our teams with Orlando City at Lake Nona because they couldn't produce enough kids to have any teams. So they had to turn them over to Orlando City Club to do that. Is that what they're going to end up doing here when you're causing such a big mess? And then 6 months from now, they're going to say, we don't have enough kids, we're going to have to leave. That's what for-profit organizations do under LLC, which is what you're voting here, is your nonprofit organization has been here for 40 plus years, or you're bringing in some guy that he's already violated the contract because he's not supposed to sublet to another organization if he came under All Nations, and he's already subletting to Liverpool. It's in the contract that you're not allowed to do that, even the new one you just voted on. You're not supposed to sublet what you are supposed to be taking charge of, unless you get a job from the other organization because you got the contract with the city and the other organization now hired you to be the executive director. I lost my little note, but that's all I've got. Oh, I forgot to say, if you're voting, I'm running for mayor.
Jessica Odonano.
Thank you, sir.
Jessica Odonano. I apologize for pronouncing it wrong. Ottaviano.
So I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I wanted to speak because I was playing on all the fields in Deltona because I grew up here, and it was Charlie, and it was a lot of other soccer people that have gone around, made this Dewey field, and I started playing on it when I was in high school. I wish I had those fields when I was playing, and now my son's playing, but I have sat here and I've listened. I have not known all the background until tonight, and honestly, my son plays for Deltona, but I really am here more appalled at how the city is behaving because there are pure facts here that I don't need to be associated with either league or have my son playing to just know purely as being a previous youth soccer player that the fact that people have been turned down to have youth sports at this field is terrible. It doesn't matter who it is. And I've sat here and watched body language from this person who's on his phone, not even listening to me make a comment right now, is appalling. He has called out anything negative against this club. When he was talking about the RFP, did he once say anything negative about Liverpool? No, he was pointing out where we had flaws in ours. But you know what? From the very beginning, we have responded because their whole goal is to keep soccer at this field because they're trying to do it for the kids, not for Liverpool. He has very intentionally called out negative things towards our league. It's very clear. And even Madam Mayor here has had nothing but negative body language all night. And I'm a public servant myself, and it's kind of disruptive and offensive that you would even say, oh, I'm about to get lit up from public comment. I'm offended. I didn't come out here to do public comment. And yes, you said that on the microphone. because I wasn't going to speak, but those very things have made me want to speak now. And I just really think that every time our league has been responsive just to keep soccer alive at that field. You guys know very well that we have a fall to spring season. The fact that this was even brought on in the middle of a season, you weren't hurting the league, you were hurting kids. So if your bottom line is the kids, what have you been doing this whole time? Literally, you have done nothing but impacted our kids. And the fact that they didn't even question from parents to keep it alive. They did it on their own. It's a lot of work to put together an RFP, time, effort, and money that they never brought on to our parents. And the fact that then now you're gonna come and say, oh, no RFP, cancel it. That is just totally offensive to what you would do to a nonprofit who is clearly just about the kids. I just find it disgusting that you guys would behave this way and allow two companies to come in and compete. They're a competing league. It's no different than putting a Winn-Dixie across from a Publix. It is the same thing. And if you want this club to thrive, the city should embrace them. They literally put your city name on their jersey. You put City of Deltona 80 million times in this one room. We have it on our jerseys because we're proud of it. And you're gonna sit here and put it and let some Liverpool come in. It's ridiculous that you haven't even thought of those components. This league, literally, I grew up playing, put my kids in it, still live in this city to be proud of, and you would rather say, nope, let's just give it a shot for both teams. And we're literally crying out, saying, please don't do that. You will detriment our league, and you guys are still sitting here even having a question about it. And I appreciate everyone else up there actually intently listening and asking and answering questions and asking them, because that's very much appreciated as a citizen, as a mom, and as a public servant. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Richard Bellick. Richard Bellick, please.
I'm not surprised at this at all. I see you people over here shaking your heads. I see him saying something else. And Heidi, she's emailing Liverpool. This is your mayor. She's hurting your kids. She ain't got the honesty or the dignity to resign. She's here for a paycheck. She's been here for 11 years, bilking this city, hurting this city. She has no dignity or honor. None. You just caught her. What do you got to say now? Come on there, give us your mad act or your crying act or how much you love Deltona. You were in this for money, lady. Don't kid me. Minister King, thank you so much before for keeping them back on the soccer thing. I mean, they had us going back into their youth, playing baseball, football. They were doing everything but staying away from this. Now, you commissioners, if you've got any dignity or honor, he's just as guilty over here, this guy. Believe me, I knew this guy was a sharpshooter from the day he came.
Mr. Bellick, you know no personal attacks.
It's no personal attack, it's the truth. Don't start with your nonsense because you're caught now. You got caught with your emails to England. Admit it, be a person. 11 years you've been sucking a paycheck out of Deltona, and look at what you did. You hurt them. You backdoored them. Now, don't come with no high-class talk to me, Heidi, because I know what you are. You're a schemer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one other thing. They keep voting on houses. There ain't going to be no rooms for soccer fields. You know they're making a lot of money on houses in Deltona. But anyway, I'm glad I stayed tonight. I am really, honestly glad I stayed. Now, I'm going to tell you something right now. You're not going to get Ramos over there, Dollar Bill Ramos. You're not going to get her, Vasquez. You're not going to get Bradford to go against
address
her.
the chair. Mr. Bellick, please.
That's not personal insults. I'm naming them.
Address the chair.
I'm naming them.
No
That's
personal
not
attacks.
personal insults.
For me, it doesn't matter. I will take that. But please, it's our policy. No
What
personal
policy?
attacks. No personal attacks.
Here's a guy running for District 5. He gets money from all over the world. Come on, what are you talking? How is that a personal attack? Ladies and gentlemen, do you think that's a personal attack? If the guy gets out-of-state money to run for office in Deltona, is it a personal attack?
Mr. Bellick, Please.
What, please?
You can-
What, please?
For me, I'm not going to shut you down. You
What,
attack
please?
me what
You
you
got
want,
caught with
but
the
then-
emails. You can't shut me down. You're caught red-handed, lady. Don't come with no, come on. Don't come with that nonsense. You got caught red-handed. If you had any honesty, any dignity, you'd resign. And you'd take him with you. Peters. He's just as complicit in this as you. These people over here are saying no, 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 shaking their heads, and he's saying something different. Yes, yes, yes. Then when they prove him wrong, what does he do? He sulks. Come on. He's caught. You're caught. Why don't you just resign? If you had honor and dignity, you would. I guess that's too much to ask, though, huh? 11 years you've been here, and you've got away with murder, lady. You know it. I know it. Now you're caught. People look at you. How are they ever going to trust you again? Are any of you ever going to trust her again? How could you ever trust her again? She lied to you all night. All night long she's been lying. Now she's caught and she wants to say, Mr. Belloc, no personal insults. Come on. Listen, if I had as many $1.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Marcelo
sir.
Galvo.
Thank you,
Marcelo
sir.
Galvo, please.
Good evening. My name is Marcelo Galvão. I am the founder and executive director of All Nation Sports. We founded All Nation Sports in Houston, Texas, July 1st, 2014, as a Christian-based organization. I raised over $2 million to the city that I was working with. I consulted professionally, and I coached college and professional soccer for many years, consulted for various clubs and agents all over the world. As Mr. Peters mentioned, we relocated to Florida due to some family matters, and I have family here. My son was actually playing for the MLS, Orlando City U19, before going to college. We basically put the RFP because we felt that there was a need to continue to develop soccer in this region. We have multiple programs, so it's not just one or the other. That, you know, many people just look on different websites and they just assume things instead of just asking directly, and I'll answer directly. We have a program that's called Developmental. That was pretty much our base. It's a free program where my wife and I personally raise the money for the kids, and that's one of the programs we wanted to institute here in Deltona. We did a substantial research in the area. We relocated here. We're living in Oviedo right now, but we're looking to relocate up here. And so we have the developmental, and then we have the recreational and competitive program. I own the rights of multiple franchises around the world.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Stop his timer. Please. We afforded everybody else public comment. It's very difficult to hear up here.
I own the rights to the franchises, including Liverpool. We felt that when we came into the city of Deltona, what can we best give the city that there isn't anything, not just in the city of Deltona, but in this community, besides our free program? And we wanted to provide an opportunity for kids to play at the highest level. Liverpool has agreed. They're also a nonprofit, by the way. They're not for profit. We're actually charging extremely low. We're not charging what other clubs in the area charge. FKK, we're very compatible to what Deltona Youth Soccer. I reached out to multiple people, seeing how can we cooperate and work together. I'm about seeing kids on the field. That's what I'm about. We took the program in Houston from 20 kids to 900 kids within a year and a half. And we raised a lot of money to help poor kids out. Refugees, minority, American kids, African American kids. We helped all kinds of communities. And we transformed lives. Our mission statement reads, our mission is to transform and empower youth of all nations through sports. That's what it is. That's what we're about. I'm not from Jacksonville. We started in Houston, and we're starting here in Florida, and we wanted to transform the lives of people here too. And I fully respect what Deltona Youth Soccer has done in the past. I'm not here to compete or to take kids away. I'm here to increase the number of kids to participate and to increase the number of kids that can be transformed by sports. And I understand a lot of the logistics can be an issue, but at the same time, how about all the other kids that we can reach, and right now we're not? Tonight, there's a lot of kids from Deltona going to other clubs. Why not here? We need to continue to do a better job here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Larry Schreiber, please.
My name is Larry Schreiber. I've been a resident of Deltona since 1985. I played in this club when I was in middle school. I started in youth sports through the YMCA. Phenomenal program. The competitive level of soccer that I played in got greater and greater, and Deltona Youth approached me as a kid and asked me to come play on a travel team with them. I'm fortunate enough now to have 3 boys that play for this club. I've been fortunate enough to have coaches instill amazing ethics into my kids. There isn't a weekend that goes by that I don't have 3, 4, 5 players from this club at my house, because they've done such a good job instilling the morals across the board that it doesn't matter about the parent at this point in time. It's a matter about what the coach and what this club has instilled into their team, their players, and their staff. We all carry the same morals across the board. It's always for the benefit of the kid. And yes, I was at the game where the U11 team, we were playing FKK, as a matter of fact, a very competitive team. We had a coach that was sympathetic. That's far and few between found in competitive sports. Every person that plays competitive sports wants to win, drive a score up. I have a coach that wants my kids to be a better citizen. He's not from here, but he wants my kids to be a better person here. He wants to instill morals in them that make them better people, to be a better future here in this world. So this isn't just about soccer. It's about a family and a program that's been here since I was 13. I'm 42. I'm fortunate enough to play in this club, and I get to coach in it too. So I got to give back to something that was instilled in me. So when I was 13, I came here. This club instilled things into me that took me all the way to college football. Yeah, it wasn't soccer, but because I played here and they instilled the discipline, the morals, it carried me through the rest of my life. I come from a troubled childhood, a rough past. I made it out of Deltona. I made it out of here. I came back to raise a family. They're here. And I get questioned regularly. Dad, are we going to play next year? Hey, man, where are we going to play at? I don't want to lose Coach Rolando, Dad. He's my best coach. He's affected my kids so much. I can't afford to see that go away. Those 3 boys have great morals. And it's because of this staff that has provided this for my children. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Stacy Lopez.
They did request our player list.
I'm sorry?
Our player list has been requested. They said they didn't seek any of our players, but our player list and our parent list has been requested to be given to Liverpool. So there's no way that they haven't tried to figure out who we are or what we're doing. All we want to stay is in this community and stay in a positive community. So yes, the list was requested.
Thank you, sir.
Stacy Lopez, please.
Hi, how are you doing? I'm Stacy Lopez. We have a player in the U12 competitive soccer program. We'll be entering our 3rd year with this program. We came from a big city soccer program and to Deltona, and we left that big city because of the politics. We chose Deltona because of the beautiful fields, Coach Rolando, the location, and the lack of nonsense politics that we thought existed. My son wants to play soccer, and he wants to learn from a great coach, and that's why we're here. In fact, there were a couple of players who left Deltona to go play for big city clubs, and guess what? They came back. Why did they come back? Because of the coaches, the club, the fields, the family. Think about that for just a second. People are leaving larger clubs to come back to Deltona soccer. That speaks volumes about your club and the coaching and how it's run. That means something. You have these people here that are uber passionate about your city because it's their city too. These residents are of the same city that you sit on that bench and serve, yet there is consideration to force this soccer program to compete with a club that comes from a big state of Texas. Why? Why would you allow this to happen when you have community members, residents right here in your own backyard who love this program so much that they literally dedicate their lives to it? They respect the rules, the fields, the families, the leaders, regardless of what your relationship is, has been, or what the differencing is of opinions. One thing that is undeniable is the love they have for their city and the sport. It is incomprehensible to me why any one of you who sit before us today would allow a big city who has zero care or concern for the city of Deltona or its residents to come in and compete with our club. Why would any council member want two clubs competing for the same space? It creates conflict, it creates animosity, and you take away a 40-year relationship that Deltona Youth Soccer Club has built with the community and its members. Would it not be smarter to build a better relationship with the people who have dedicated their lives and time to the city and to the sport? Exert effort and resources into them instead of bringing in this outside club. If you take care of the people who are here, they will take care of you. If you had children or grandchildren in this club, whether academy or competitive, then you would have a foot in this race. What if your children or grandchildren were thriving in this already existing program? Would you still feel the same way about bringing in another program? Would you be okay with the chaos and unnecessary worry that wreaks havoc on the child, the families, the sports, and the community? I don't think so. But it's easy to sit back when you have no vested interest and say, yeah, here's another club coming in to compete side by side against a 40-year club and organization. It does feel spiteful. I'm all for change. In fact, I embrace change. I teach leadership and professional development and change management as an adjunct at university, and I've taught federal agencies as well. I'm all for change if it makes sense. But this is spiteful, and whoever you pray to, whatever your higher being is, whatever spirituality you believe in or practice, just know they don't like ugly. And if you have to look at yourself at the end of the day in the mirror and say to yourself, I did a good job today. In my power, in my position, I did what was right for the community, its residents, and the players, not my own agenda, not my own self-fulfilling prophecy, not out of spite because of poor relationships, egos, and hurt feelings. If you can do that, then you will sleep well tonight. If not, well, the universe doesn't do well with bad, and if you do bad, bad comes back. I believe in the power of positive thinking and doing what is inherently right. The question you have to ask yourself is what we are doing wrong, or is what we are doing right? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rolando Lopez.
Hello, my name is Rolando Lopez. I am not Coach Rolando, though. That's a different guy. So with everything that's being said, there's been some things that I think have been misconstrued. First of all, this gentleman said when they were talking about dissolving a club that it was of the boxing club. That's absolutely not correct. It is the dissolving of this club that we're talking about, and that is the reason why we're here. All right, the dissolving of Deltona Youth Soccer Club that has been facilitated by this board. Everything that has taken place now, we all know now for a fact that you guys have led the way. It's terrible. You are putting our kids in a position where we have to look at them and say, you're not going to be able to play no more. It was hours of conversation about the $5 rule. Nobody cares about the $5. What we care about is these kids having a place to play. All right, Liverpool is going to come in here. The gentleman made a comment that it was $300,000 roughly to run all the fields. Well, when I looked on your website, Parks and Recreation has a budget of $5.5 million. All right, so the extra $2,000, $3,000 a year you're going to make from Liverpool, does that make a difference? Is that worth it to put all these people out? To put a program that's been with you for more than 40 years out on the road? Forget you? Right? Somebody else made a comment of it's like putting a Walmart across the street or a Publix across the street from a Winn-Dixie. This is more like putting a Winn-Dixie inside of a Publix and asking them to get along. It's not going to happen. One of them's going to get put out of business. We all know that to be true. And that putting out of business has been facilitated by you guys. The very fact that you would not allow one soccer club to advertise that's already here and had an agreement and a contract with you, to take that contract away and say that's null and void anymore. We're not going by that contract. We don't have to. And put another club in there and say, yeah, you guys can do whatever you want without a contract also. You have held everybody here by the throat, imposing your policies and in your way, right? And have turned around and given these other people coming in who are going to make you a little more money, you've given them the right to do everything that they want. Why would you not develop the relationship with the people who have been here forever? If you do not know, by listening to everybody here speak, how passionate these people are about what we do, about how important it is for what we do, if you do not understand that after tonight, I'm sorry, but you should not be where you're at. Okay? These people here are not only taxpayers, they're also voters. And these people also have access to Instagram, Twitter, all this, and hundreds of thousands of other voters. And I ask you from the bottom of my heart, please do the right thing for this program. You're a piece of grass to Liverpool. You have a beautiful piece of grass. They're going to find another piece of grass and leave you in the wind. And you're going to come back going, oh my God, we need to come up with a soccer program because all these kids need something to do. But the one you had, you got rid of. There's an old saying, a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. All right, and I believe in that saying. And I ask you to not chase the birds in the bush and stay with what you got because it's beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
Nicholas Nader.
Afternoon. I'm Nicholas Nadell. I play for the U17 Travel League, for Deltona Youth Soccer League. I've been here for probably roughly a year and a half now. I'm speaking for the players.
Excuse me, stop his timer, please. Mr. Bellick, we are affording...
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. He thinks there's two
Mr.
fields.
Bellick, this is your first warning. Ms. White, we are affording, this is your first warning. We are affording everyone here public comment. Please, ma'am, it is public comment. This young man, it is his turn to speak. Please afford him the courtesy. Continue. I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay. You're fine. From the looks of it, I've seen parents and coaches come up here and speak, but I haven't seen a single player come up here and speak because most of it for this club, it is for the players only. It is for the players, no one else. So they must have a voice too, so I'm speaking upon that. To let Liverpool come into, share these clubs, it's going to move talent, it's going to move a bunch of kids out of this club. I see Liverpool as a money grab. That is it to me, because you see coaches who are getting paid to be on the fields to teach kids soccer. You're gonna see just a bunch of soccer, nothing else. Deltona Youth teaches more than just soccer. It teaches pride, it teaches dignity, it teaches humbleness. Coaches that are not even gonna get paid. Coaches that are taking time out of their work schedule to sacrifice for these kids. I know Coach Rolando, Coach Larry, Coach Mario, they have way better things to do, but they sacrifice their time for these players to succeed in life for a career that they are desiring for in the game of soccer. And I have applied, Coach Rolando, he's taught me so much, not as just a player, but as a kid, how to speak, how to act, how to mature. If you integrate Liverpool into this, you're abolishing that. You're taking away coaches that are actually devoting their time to teach not just soccer, but the game of soccer and life. Liverpool, yeah, they're teaching soccer. I bet you every coach out there on the field that's going to be teaching for Liverpool is getting paid. Yeah, they're going out there. That's their job. Coaches out there, that's not their job. They're volunteering. They're putting an effort for something that they're not even going to benefit from, just to see their kids succeed. So to see a club that you're letting in so graciously, it looks like to me that you're limiting the advertisement of our own club, which I think is kind of stupid because it would be funding for you too, I'd assume, which it's weird. I don't see how you're letting this one club just come in here and wreck us all, because that's what's going to happen. If you let this happen, it's going to take away everyone. The players I speak for, they're going to be gone. The talent, you're going to see coaches not there anymore. You're not going to have the same thing that you've had for 40 years consistently, graciously teaching kids more than what they need. I speak of this on experience, and I don't know why this is happening. I don't know the whole LFP and all that weird stuff, all about the money, but I know one thing for sure is you take that and you integrate it, you're making chaos, but just not the parents, but for the kids. Because I don't know where I'm going to play next year. I honestly don't. I might be playing for Stetson, might be playing for Orlando, who knows? But I know for one thing for sure, if I go to Orlando, I'm not getting the same here. I'm not going to get the same. It's just a number that they put on you because they want the money. Deltona Youth is beyond that. They are beyond just money. They're beyond just teaching their kids how to act and mature and how to play. So taking away that is taking away from everyone. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
April Brown, please. April Brown.
Good evening, and yes, I'm April Brown. And hi, neighbor, I'm from Sanford. We have Lake Marion here, and we also have Heathrow, Sanford in here as well. We've been to Seminole Youth, that was the first during the recreation, and we noticed that our boys, they needed more challenge. We went to City of Orlando, and we did not like it there at all. There was no structure at all. We called Deltona, and we talked with Tiffany and Rolando. He let us come out, let our kids come and do a tryout, see how we liked it, how they felt, let us know of the commitment, and that's why we're here. This was our first season. And we're doing travel, which I never thought I would ever do. But we've been loving it so far. And my son just asked me over the weekend, what is this that he's hearing about? We might not be having a Deltona soccer league anymore. And I just had to have faith and respond to him that, yes, we will. I look at the time. Normally, I would be in bed right now. My child definitely would be in bed. But we felt it was worth it to come down here and give support for a club that we believe in and we feel good about, and we enjoy coming and making the trip 3 days a week and doing our travel games on the weekend. My son also, because of his age, he also assisted on other leagues that didn't have enough people. And we love that opportunity as well, that he was able to assist with other teams as well, which Deltona offers. Tiffany, she's a blessing. She will talk to you about any concerns, no matter what time it is. And you don't get that from a lot of people, you know, especially when you're not getting paid to do this. It shows her passion in her heart, as well as it does show Rolando and also his current coach and coach assistant. I'm just saying that we really enjoy coming to this soccer league. And like I said, we're in Sanford and we left City Orlando to come here. So I really do hope that you guys consider that you have a good thing right now and vote yes in keeping the club. Have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Albert Bryan.
You know, I wasn't even going to speak tonight on this, but I came across something in your budget book which kind of reminded me of what all these people are talking about. It states in here, under Parks and Rec's mission statement, to provide a variety of activity and passive recreation opportunities for persons of all ages and abilities, to provide quality and visual appealing maintenance of parks, buildings, and athletic facilities, to work in unison with public, private, and youth and adult sports, organizations, community groups, and others to ensure service provision, and to identify trends and opportunities as well as concerns and issues and initiate actions to address each. That's in your budget book. Just something to think about.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Pulaski.
Before I begin, I would like to apologize for how unorganized this is going to be. I did not expect to speak tonight. I've been playing for this league. This is my first season playing for Deltona Youth Soccer. When I played out, before I moved here in February of 2018. Before I moved here, I played for another soccer club in Sorrento. And when I moved out here, I was immediately told by the director of that one, go play for Deltona Youth Soccer Club. When I got out here, we did not. We went to another, but eventually I got pulled to Deltona, to the youth soccer club run by these very lovely people. When we came here, we were worried about not having the family environment that we were used to, that we were going to lose, because we'd heard things about, oh, it's competitive, the parents are fiery. But we got here, and right off the bat, Mrs. Tiffany Hollenbeck knew my name instantly. First day. And that went a long way in just showing me that this was going to be the same. I was going to have the family environment. The fact that the players, coaches, parents, this club means so much to them, for all of them to come up here and speak. Larry Schreiber, I've known him for barely 6 months. He's already taken me in as not only a child under his supervision during practices and games, but to me, he feels almost as if a family friend or almost another father figure to me. Hearing him talk about how much this club enlisted into him, his children, and everything moved me to speak. Coaches, all three coaches, Mario, Orlando, Rolando, while they may be paid to coach soccer, or I don't know if they're paid, I'm sorry. They are also very keen in enlisting good morals and to be a better citizen. Constantly, my coach talks about a book he read called The Compound Effect, how it not only helps you by putting in work every single day, every single minute, it not only helps you on the soccer field, but it helps you in life, be a better person. He talks about it every single practice, almost to where it's a running joke by the club. This means so much to the players that I got a text from Nick not an hour before asking that because he forgot his jersey at home if he could borrow mine. He's wearing my jersey. This is how much it means to me. He wanted to show the support for the club. Deltona Youth Soccer means so much to this community. It means so much to these parents, the kids, the coaches. We cannot afford to lose it. It's been here since before my parents were born. It's been playing at Dewey O'Boster for 20 years. My father wasn't even out of high school. For us to be even considering about losing this or throwing it away, it's baffling to me. So I hope that you take into consideration everything that the parents have said, everything that the children have said, everything that has been put forward tonight, and please make the right decision. Please keep Deltona Youth Soccer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Manny Rodriguez.
Manny Rodriguez, Deltona. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, with all due respect, I have no dog in this fight at all. I am a new resident to Deltona, barely been here 3 years. I didn't come here planning to speak on the subject at all tonight, but this has been a lesson I've learned something tonight. On the surface, it appears that there is some underlying interest of the people somebody up in the dais and the management in Deltona, and is to bring somebody else in to destroy what already exists. Why are we doing this? Why, instead of trying to destroy this club, don't you try to join forces with them and become a stronger force and provide better environment for the children? I heard your management, our management, because I am a citizen not pay taxes here, that we barely have 200 children when we had up to 600. I did not hear one bit mention about why was that demise taking place. So instead, that gentleman spoke and he said, we're going to bring another club in here to increase that number to maybe 1,200. Why not work with what we already have? Why not establish a partnership? Why not work with them? I'm interested in this now because I live here in Deltona, and I want to make it a better city. I want to be as proud as they are of where that name Deltona. It's a matter of fact that if I can go buy a jersey, I am going to buy one and wear it. I know this is not about destroying a club. What you're trying to do is bring another one in here to compete against them. And through the power that they have, the money that they bring to the city or to the club is to take away from what they have. They're going to pirate their prayers away. Is that what you want? Is that what you want for our children? I'd like to know the answer. Or do you think that bringing another club in there is going to increase the value of Deltona? Is going to make the name of Deltona shine more? No, it's going to destroy this. What has been built for 40 years. This has been a new lesson to me. And right now, I believe there's some complicity going on within the city to bring somebody else to destroy what we already have. Please, do the right thing. Keep them out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dominic Hollenbeck, please. Dominic Hollenbeck, please.
So I go to my mom a lot saying, Mom, are we going to lose this club? Are we going to lose this club? I cry. I'm very passionate about this club. I have all my friends over there on my team. I have my mom, dad, my friends. She's over there. I just don't want to lose. I don't want to lose this club. I've been playing it Deltona for Academy. I came here to 1 year for Academy. And I've Coach Orlando as my U10 coach for a little bit, then and Coach Orlando for this season, last season. Then again with all my friends over there. We've been trying to fight and keep this club.
Thank you.
Mayor, that closes public comments.
Okay, Commissioner Sosa and Commissioner Bradford. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sosa. Sorry, Commissioner Bradford. We'll go back to Commissioner Sosa.
There's a lot of questions that need answered. A lot.
And if, I don't think, I'm kind of shocked there's only 2 of us lit up here. I have to say, for all of you youth that are out here today, we've had to say a few times, shh, shh, bring it down. But I have to say, I don't think it was the youth. You guys have done an amazing job sitting here. And the compassion, the love I'm seeing for this team, it's heartfelt. I do have a few questions. Some of these questions were brought up during these things. I've actually forgot my pen, so I've been texting myself, so excuse me, I know I'm not speaking the phone. Let's talk about the Liverpool contract and what's going on right now. I want to know who authorized that and why only one side was authorized to do that. Let's start with that question.
Okay. You were given some incorrect information tonight. The first people that were advertising were Deltona Youth Soccer and the adult soccer. Adult soccer was advertising the high school girls program for the summer. Mr. Manning, I asked him to call them to tell them to cease and desist because they had no authorization to be advertising for any program for the summer.
What's considered adult youth?
Let me finish, please. I came in the next day, drafted the letters to both organizations saying that we were coming forward to the commission recommending that both programs be awarded a facilities use agreement and that they both could start advertising provided they put the disclaimer in there. So the people that started advertising first were Deltona Youth Soccer and Deltona Adult Soccer. That's the first correction I want to make.
Excuse me, please. Mr. Peters, could you clarify what was being advertised one more time?
We became aware and confirmed that Deltona Youth Soccer was advertising for a summer soccer program that they had not been authorized for. The Deltona Adult Soccer was also advertising for the high school girls program, which I indicated to you before. They had no facilities use agreement to allow that. If they had wanted it, they should have put in for this RFP. So both of them were advertising before we had made any final decision to come forward to commission. And as I said, I asked Mr. Manning to give both groups a call to cease with the advertisement. Came in the next day, wrote the letter to both organizations, telling them that they could proceed with advertising because we were going to recommend both organizations be given the youth soccer program. I asked that they include a disclaimer that this was subject to commission approval tonight. So that's the facts with regard to the advertisement issue.
That was my question. We have an organization practicing on a field that was never awarded a contract. Who approved that?
During the interviews on the RFP, All Nations indicated that they would be working with a professional soccer program, whether it be Liverpool or whether it be a German soccer program. I believe they even made mention of an American team. I can't recall. But that was part of their RFP during the interview. I believe Mr. King was in the room at the time of that interview. He wanted to sit in. But that was part of the RFP. They made that part of their presentation. That was part of the reason we made the decision we did. The truth of the matter is we recognize that Deltona Youth Soccer has been a long-term program here in the city. We wanted them to be able to stay in operation. We felt like the best way to proceed was to offer both. The reality is this: if Deltona Youth Soccer can enjoy the level of support that they're seeing tonight, they have nothing to fear. They ultimately decide whether they survive or not. If the parents and the kids continue to support Deltona Youth Soccer, they have nothing to fear. And the level of support I saw tonight, I'm seeing tonight, they shouldn't be fearful. They have a grassroots organization that believes in Deltona youth soccer. And so, you know, all that All Nations would do is just expand the opportunity for youth soccer in the city to offer a different type of opportunity. But you know, both of them can thrive together if they choose choose to do so.
My question is still not being answered, so, and I just feel like the longer the answer gets, it's like just trying to change the subject. So an RFP went out, we're voting on it tonight, and it hasn't been approved, but yet we have a team out there practicing. Okay. The bid scoring, so I kind of know this answer as well, so cautious. Bid scoring, the first scorecard that came in, what was it? I believe the bid scorecard was not in favor of All Nations. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
The first bid score, the first RFP bid scoring that was done was not in favor, correct? And another bid scoring was done to rescore it and then put them back in favor. Do you always do that if we don't like the big score?
The reality,
okay, so you don't have to answer that because I already have the answer. Okay. But I would like a records request on the first bid scoring, please.
Ma'am, can I answer the question?
I would like a records request on the bid scoring on that, please. There was 2 bid scorings done. The first one was done. I believe, wasn't satisfied, so another one was done. So there should be 2 bid scorings. I would like to have the records request on that.
Madam Commissioner, we had, I believe, 2 members of the selection committee that wanted to put an RFP back out on the street so that another organization could put in. I put a stop to it. So, you know, the whole thing kind of went sideways very early.
This whole thing seems like it's sideways and crooked, and I don't know. I don't know. Am I the only one knowing this, or am I the only one that maybe has some information and questioned people and asked? And I don't know, but we have an organization that has been here for 40 years. They've been established. And I don't understand why we need to bring another organization in. So I hereby move to authorize the city manager to execute a new facility use agreement for Deltona Youth Soccer in the city of Deltona.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Sosa for the bid for only Deltona Youth Soccer. Am I clear, Commissioner Bradford? Okay, Commissioner Sosa, are you done, Commissioner Bradford? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Sosa?
Just a couple things I've heard. Was there a public records request or a request from anybody from staff or outside of the staff, a resident that requested the parent and player information for Deltona Youth Soccer?
Ms. Raffin.
Could I get a public records request on that and see who did that?
For what now?
During public comment, I know a lot of people, or somebody had mentioned that somebody had put, an outside person had put in a public records request for a parent and player list of Deltona Youth Soccer. Could I get a public records request of who did that?
I don't recall. Joyce, did you have one?
Unless one was done when we came down here at almost 5:45. It was during the meeting. I won't know until I go back upstairs.
reach out to the city requesting our player lists and our registrations, which is a violation of FYSA. That is poaching.
Okay,
You are not
okay,
going to
wait.
find it. You are not going to find it in a public records request because he did send it from his personal email. I can forward it to your email, your commission email right now if you would like.
So that is not a public records request? It was not, because it was stated there was a public records request. You're
Okay,
clarifying it was not. Okay.
Is there a record out there of somebody from the
Okay.
city reaching out to an outside person regarding the player list and the parent list for Deltona Youth Soccer?
We have been notified by the city via private email by city worker that happened, yes.
Then there should be a public records of it.
He used this private email account, so I'm not sure how that would work. But
If it's city business, it's still a public record. No, I'm kind of confused because I keep hearing it's going to be All Nations and then I'm going to hear it's Liverpool. Is All Nations a 501c3? Because I keep looking it up and I keep coming to the Jacksonville one. And Liverpool is a 501c3? So they're
Sir,
both 501c3?
If I can clarify something, our facilities use agreement will be with All Nations, not Liverpool, All Nations. Liverpool may be working with All Nations, but our facilities use agreement would be with All Nations. Just like Deltona Youth Soccer could bring in another agency to help with the training and what have you, that would be within their purview. Our facilities use agreement would be with Deltona Youth Soccer, and it would be with All Nations. Now, Liverpool is besides the point. It was part of the package that we received and part of the discussion, but it is All Nations that we have on the table tonight, not Liverpool.
All right, thank you.
You're done, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, seeing as no more comments by any of the commissioners, we have a motion on the floor and a second made by Commissioner Bradford for the facility use agreement for only Deltona Youth Soccer. Any questions, commissioners? Sorry. Then may we vote, please, for only Deltona Youth Soccer?
The vote is 4-2. Got the mayor and Commissioner King against.
So it passes 4-2 for Deltona Youth Soccer only. Okay. We will move on. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming out. We will now move on to the next item. Mr. Peters, it is up to you then to negotiate with Deltona Youth Soccer on their new facility use agreement. Okay? So, item C, request approval of the municipal utility installation and reimbursement agreement with Starlight Homes Florida LLC, Island Walk South Subdivision for the Forest Main upsize on Lake Helen Osteen Road in connection with Island Walk South subdivisions. Mr. Danskin? And before, Mr. Danskin, before you start, can we let the room clear, please? That's okay. Just another minute, thank you. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, Steve Danskin, Acting Public Works Director. I promise that this won't be anywhere near as exciting as the last
Thank you.
item on the agenda. As stated, this is an agreement with us and
Hang on,
Island
hang
Walk
on.
South.
Hang on just one more second while that clears out. Yeah, can you pull the mic up a little bit too? Thank you.
I just did.
And then we'll close that door afterwards. There we go. Okay.
All right, just as it was listed, this is an agreement between us and Starlight Homes, Island Walk South subdivision on Lake Helen Osteen Road. It's a utility agreement and upsize agreement with the developer, similar to what we've done with Cortlandt Park and Vineland. They pay for the construction, we reimburse them for the upsize agreement, and then we give them impact fee credits until we pay off the installation of public utilities.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? Is there has anyone signed up for public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Then that closes the public comment portion of the hearing, and we have Commissioner Sosa on the board.
On this here, the oversized cost was $47,000 that we're going to reimburse them, plus they've got an impact credit of $225,000 estimate.
They're estimates, yes, sir.
Is there any more fees that's going to come with this, or is this the final fee to pay for this improvement in the infrastructure?
These dollar amounts are all based on the engineer's estimate, and so final costs or final impact fee credits will be based on the actual construction cost.
Okay. So when do you think you'd have that? Yeah.
It depends on how long it takes them to build it. They're clearing out there right now, so I don't anticipate it'll take more than 6 months or so.
Okay, and they're not on any kind of a pioneer agreement? If anybody else hooks up to it, they get a
That's
cost share?
essentially what this is, yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it is, a pioneer agreement. If their impact fees don't cover the entire cost, then anybody else who ties into that new force main will be, their impact fee credits will go back to pay this.
Okay. Now, I have a quick question about that. For the pioneer agreements, like, let's say it costs $250,000 and there's a $25,000 difference. The next person that ties in, would their $25,000 of their impact credits goes to this project?
Correct.
And then is it wiped out, or is there anything that continues?
When everything balances out and is even, then it's over.
Then it's over? All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, commissioners? We'll move on with this item, and we need a motion in the second, and then we will, address the timing.
May I make a motion?
Go ahead.
I move to approve the municipal utility installation and reimbursement agreement with Starlight Homes Florida LLC, Island Walk South Subdivision, for the force main upsize on Lake Helen Osteen Road in connection with the Island Walk South Subdivision. Upon approval of this item, the acting city manager is authorized to make corrections to scrivener's errors.
Properly moved by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. May we vote, please?
Passes 6-0.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Next item is item D, request approval of an interlocal agreement between the City of DeLand, City of Deltona, City of Orange City, and County of Volusia as water suppliers to conduct a capital improvement plan coordination study at a cost of $120,000. Mr. Danskin.
Thank you. Excuse me. This is more or less an extension of the borrow pit project that we underwent with the same group. The agreement is essentially the same, but when the borrow pit project proved to be unfruitful, we got together with the group, the West Volusia Water Suppliers, and Also, in consultation with St. Johns River Water Management District, we're seeking to combine our resources to get a 20-year look ahead for potential projects that we can all use jointly. The interlocal projects tend to get better advantage for grant funding from the state agencies. And so we think working together, we can come up with regional water supply plan that we can all benefit from moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Seeing no one's lit up the board, do we have anyone from the public that wanted to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
And we'll close the public comment. And Commissioner Sosa.
How much did the city of Deltona fund into the borrow pit program?
We had, I believe, 1.4 million slated towards that project, so this 120,000 will come out of what the unspent money.
How much have we spent out of that 1.4?
It was in the packet, and I don't have it handy here. No, I'm sorry, I don't have it here, but it was in the packet. We had invoices. There were 2 invoices that we paid.
Okay.
120,000?
That's the amount of this
That's the amount
agreement.
of this one, which would be out of the 300, the city of Deltona is going to pay 120.
Yes, sir.
114,000,
There, that's correct. Thank you.
the other one.
Now,
Thank you for doing my homework for me.
They're all
now
on
when we
here.
just spent $9 million for the straw project, wasn't that to improve the water flows to the Blue Springs Basin as well? So what is it that we're trying to accomplish over the next 20 years? Are we trying to increase our consumptive use permit, beyond what, I think right now it's at 125,000? Are we trying to go beyond that? And if so, how much further beyond that are we looking to go?
That's part of what's going to come out of this study, is to figure out collectively and collaborative how much we can actually pull in the foreseeable future. The city of Orange City is currently under their CUP renewal, and they're having trouble along with Volusia County, right? It's also.
Mr. Sosa, let me address this. The city of Deltona has a 20-year consumptive use permit. We have either completed or with the straw project down on the river, very near the end of the project that we committed to as part of our 20-year permit. However, we have to protect our interests because not only are they looking at what capital projects are being done collectively, St. John's, but they also have a new groundwater model. And so one of the things we want to protect our interests on is to make sure that that groundwater model does not change the assumption of our consumptive use permit. Our consumptive use permit anticipated a population of up to 125,000, which I do not believe we'll ever get to. However, part of this study will assist us in our effort to do a collaborative project with the county to where we could conceivably serve water wholesale to portions of Del Norte, primarily the commercial area from the high school to the west. So we have a vested interest in this process, even though we and the land are probably further ahead in terms of meeting the obligations of the consumptive use permit. But with Orange City being so close and with Volusia County being right in the middle, we have an interest in protecting ourselves. So that's part of the reason we're recommending that we continue. That's where we are right now.
So basically, we would work with the county to basically subsidize water for county water over from the movie theater over?
I wouldn't call it subsidized. I sent you all an email recently with the bullet points of a memorandum of understanding. Rather than us spending $15–20 million to upgrade the Fisher wastewater plant, we gotten partial funding from the state legislature to build a pipeline into DeBerry to go to DeBerry wastewater plant. As an offset, the Volusia County and their consumptive use permit called for 2 wells at the left flow property out on 415. They would have to run a water line all the way across the city to their plant, which would be very expensive. Rather than them doing that, we can wholesale water and make money on wholesaling. So for the city, we're looking at an agreement where we would be able to treat the wastewater much cheaper than we can now, which would result in reduction in our rates. And because we have, for lack of a better word, oversupply of water available, if we can wholesale that and sell it and make some revenue from it, it will help bring down the water side of the rate structure. So it's a win-win for the city. The county is very receptive to this type of agreement. And so this whole study is going to help that, because part of the analysis will be, rather than doing the left flow wells, if we were to wholesale water to them, what's the effect? And so that's where we are.
All right, thank you.
Okay, quick question, Mr. Danskin. The CUP, the consumptive use permit covers what area of the city of Deltona?
It covers our entire water service area.
Does that include portions outside of the city of Deltona?
It goes, our water service area actually goes all the way up to State Road 44. However,
So the consumptive use permit based on a population of 125,000 is for the entire CUP area?
yes,
Okay, so just to be clear, where we talk about population for the city of Deltona, this is the consumptive use permit for all of Deltona water, which extends outside of the city boundaries quite a bit. Before we hear any gripes on population, that is where the whole entire area, you have a separate map of that. Okay, we went through public comment. We need a motion and a second on this item, if the commission so desires. Seeing, let's see.
I move
Commissioner
to approve an
Bradford?
interlocal agreement between the City of DeLand, City of Deltona, City of Orange City, and County of Volusia as water suppliers to conduct a capital improvement plan coordination study at a cost of $160,000. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. May we vote, please?
Passes 6-0.
Thank you, ma'am. I keep wanting to look up on the board every time. Okay, before we carry on, commissioners, it is 10:15. We need a motion to extend this meeting at least a half an hour.
So move.
Properly moved by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. All in favor of extending 30 minutes, say aye. Aye. Commissioner King, oppose? I didn't hear an aye. Okay, motion passes. Item E, request for approval of resolution number 2022-10 and budget amendment to provide funding for the ABM Building Services LLC contract. The contractor will identify and prioritize ADA compliance issues and overall deficiencies of city buildings and facilities. Mary.
Hi, good evening. This was first brought to the commission on February 7th. The commission voted to approve a piggyback agreement, which was through the city of Boynton Beach for the facilities maintenance services provided by ABM. On March 22nd, the commission voted again to approve a scope of work by ABM, which identifies the different facilities that are in need of improvement. This agenda item tonight would provide the funding. This was not a budgeted item when you voted back in September. The cost that was offered with the scope of work was $49,250. So by charter, we are required to have a budget resolution and amendment to provide the funding for this contract. So this amendment would provide $50,000 from the general fund balance to pay for the contract.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone lit up on my board, so do we have anyone from the public that wanted to speak on that?
Brandy White, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brandy White, Deltona.
So unless I'm really confused, I'm not seeing exactly what it is this is for. So do we have any projected results? So if we're spending $49,250 for what I'm reading is an energy savings review that utilizes certain energy savings to offset actual costs of such projects. So what are the projected results and cost savings? And I'm not sure why we need a contract for energy savings review process. I'm a little concerned that we even did some of these ADAs because we have over $700,000 a year going to legal. We have building inspectors, we have fire marshals, and we already have in the budget for capital improvements on some of these buildings. So I'm just really confused why we keep paying consulting firms for things we already know and have known for quite some time. And so this is now for an energy savings review. What exactly are we going to benefit from this review? Do we have an estimate of the cost savings to make sure it's even cost effective to go forward? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peters, and our contractor is also here, if anyone would like to address that valid question.
Yes, ma'am. Good question, and the simple answer is the state statute has a provision where consulting firms on an energy savings basis would look at things such as air conditioning systems, street lights, parking lot lights, interior lights, anything that uses energy. And what they do is they do the evaluation. Let's say, for instance, that we have I'm going to get it backwards, so I apologize. Let's say that we have an 18-SEER air conditioning unit for this building. We have areas of this building that doesn't work well, and we have the ability to go to a 14-SEER, which is so much more energy efficient, and they look at the cost savings, and the cost savings over 5 years will pay for this unit. Then they will install it based on the cost savings, and they take the cost savings to pay themselves back. So the city's out nothing. We strictly use the cost savings to pay for that. That is the energy saving component of it. If we could take incandescent lights, replace them with LEDs or whatever, and over a 5-year period, we save money. They take the savings and they pay for it, and they get the money back from the savings. That's how the energy saving part works. But the most critical part, in my view, of what ABM is doing is the stuff that we have from the special meeting about our facilities. They're going around, they're looking at them from an ADA compliance standpoint. They're looking at the buildings from a structural stability standpoint. For instance, the building at Campbell Park, they will evaluate it as to whether it can be repaired or if we're better off to tear it down and build again. Those are the kind of analysis that they will make as we go through the process. One of the things that just come up in the last couple weeks, actually a week ago, is while we were doing the work downstairs for planning department, we found another area around windows where we had mold. We found the first one when we were doing the IT area over where the economic development offices are. Those repairs are being done. This would now be the third area in the building that I'm aware of where we've had mold around windows. I suspect that we have a flaw in the building design in terms of how the flashing is done around the windows. It's causing water to collect in the area of the windows, resulting in mold behind the walls. So they're doing that analysis now to determine if we have a bigger problem with regard to mold in this building. So that's all part of that analysis. I appreciate what Ms. White said about, we have people in the building department, we have all these people, but the things that we're talking about is a level of expertise that goes beyond what we have on staff. Even if we had it on staff, I don't have that kind of time for them to invest in it, because I'm sure you all do not want us to slow down building inspections so that our inspector can be looking at our own buildings. So this is the most efficient way for the city to getting ADA compliance, for instance, the Veterans Park, we have sidewalks that don't meet ADA requirement. Now, all this thing will be feathered out, and they will come up with a prioritization list for us to how we fund these projects going forward. So it's a very important exercise for the city to go through.
Thank you. Any other comments for anyone else signed up for public comment? Okay, that closes the public comment portion of the hearing. Any other questions for commissioners? If not, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion. I hereby move to recommend approval for a resolution number 2022-10 and the budget amendment to move $50,000 from general fund balance to fund the ABM Building Services LLC contract to manage the building and facilities improvement projects. The acting city manager has the authority to correct Scrivener's errors and the like.
Properly moved by Vice Mayor Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. A question was asked regarding the funding for the capital improvement, the projects that we already have funded for some of these buildings. I believe, sir, next Monday's workshop is going to be on capital items. Will that be addressed then?
We will have some discussion at that time.
Thank you. Okay, may we vote, please?
Pass 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Item F, request approval to remove old tank coatings and recoat 3 ground storage tanks with chrome coatings and restorations in accordance with their agreement with the City of Deltona and RFP number PW18-09 for contracted as needed repairs and modifications to the ground storage tanks in the amount of $423,300. Yes, sir. Is your mic on? Try it again.
Hello, oh, now my mic's on. This is just maintenance on 3 ground storage tanks to the tune of $423,000.
Okay, commissioners, any questions for Mr. Danskin? Commissioner Bradford?
I move to approve the removal of the coating and re-coatings of 3 ground storage tanks with chrome coatings and restorations in the amount of $423,300. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner King. Is there any member of the public that signed up for this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we close the public comment portion of the hearing, and may we vote, please, on the underground storage tanks?
Pass 6-0.
Thank you, ma'am. Item G is Section 11-1 of the City of Deltona Charter, which requires that the charter be reviewed every 10 years. This item is to review the material requested by the Commission during the April 6, 2022 special meeting. Deputy Manager Kifalo.
Good evening. Yes, at the April 6th meeting, the Commission asked for a report on any and all charter provisions which either have been superseded by state law or have become obsolete by other conditions. I had provided for you for review the items that are either already handled by state statute or are obsolete. I can go through them if you'd like or answer any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Stacy on all these items? We can go through them, but they are in your packet. I don't see anybody on my board. Liz, do we have anyone for public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. That closes the public comment portion of the hearing. Commissioners, if you have questions on these items, please. No one has any questions, so.
Just as a reminder, so the Commission has to have 2 public hearings, and they both have to occur before August 23rd. So obviously your options are to proceed here. So we would be coming back to you with an ordinance that would take care of these items, or you do not approve them at this point, and we do not proceed with any charter amendments for the 2022 general election.
So basically, Commissioners, we have to decide if we want to put this on the ballot to remove these items or not. And if we say yes, we need to go ahead and give staff direction to move forward with an ordinance. So we will go ahead and go down the line. Commissioner King, I hear you down there. Yes. Commissioner Ramos, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner Sosa, and I say yes as well. So yes, everyone is in agreement. Do you need a motion for that to move forward? Direction is unanimous to move forward and bring forth an ordinance for the first public hearing, and then schedule a second, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item H, consideration of an appointment of one member to the Planning and Zoning Board. Okay, this is my appointment, and I am going to, I will pass the gavel to the Vice Mayor and make a motion. I move to confirm Mayor Hertzberg's appointment of Susan Burke to the Planning and Zoning Board for a term to expire March 15th, 2025.
Motion made by Mayor, second by Commissioner Ramos. Can we vote, please?
Was there anyone for
Pass
public?
6-0.
There was no public
Any
comment?
public comments?
No.
Okay, motion passes. I'll pass the gavel back to the mayor.
Thank you. Item I, consideration of amended contract for Mr. John A. Peters III to serve as acting city manager. Mr. Peters?
Yes, ma'am. When I did my contract a long time ago, there was discussion about a severance. It was decided at that time that there would be no severance, that my contract would essentially have a provision that if things didn't work out, that I could go back to being Public Works Director. It had become very evident that we need a Public Works Director and a city engineer. Mr. Danskin has been doing a wonderful job doing both. We go to lunch way too many times during the week for me to keep up with things, but it's time that we have a permanent Public Works Director, and as such, I would not have a position to go back to. So what I am proposing is to add a severance clause to my contract that's in line with state statute, which is 20 weeks. I also did some cleaning up in the contract. I updated the salary, updated the car allowance, updated the phone allowance, and clarified the retirement. And I corrected the spelling of my name at the beginning. So basically, it's correcting Scrivener's errors, updating, and then adding the severance. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Peters? Let's see. Commissioner Bradford.
I guess I'm the only one with a big mouth tonight. A few weeks ago, we had a discussion up here about changing the charter. One of the big things was, when do we search for a city manager? When do we do this? And I'm going to be honest, one of the things that I felt the most respected about Mr. Peters was that he didn't ask for a severance package. I watched two city managers, or a city manager and an acting city manager, walk away with a golden egg. Nice ticket. And I really don't want to do it again. So if we're down to where, I don't know, the concern that he would have, to me, if this is going to happen and things are going to change, it's time to put the search out as we were supposed to for a city manager. And if at that point we choose him as a city manager, then he can put that in his contract. But as an acting city manager, I don't agree with adding a golden ticket.
Sorry, any other comments from the commission? Do we have anyone that signed up for public comment?
Yes, ma'am. Brandy White, and then Albert Bryant.
Brandy White, Deltona, yeah, absolutely not. Sorry, no way, no how. Exactly the point I was going to bring up. If you want a severance, you need to become and stop being an acting city manager and actually be our city manager. If it's time to have a permanent public works director, it's time to have a permanent city manager. Start there. If he doesn't want to be the city manager come that point, then he'll still have his position to go back to. If it needs filled so quickly, then that search should have already started for a city manager. Not be brought up right now, last minute, hey, now I need this, this, and this to continue. I wouldn't even probably have a problem with having a severance in here if there's a non-compete clause. So for 3 years after you're gone, you can't work for another city. You can't work for another similar position. You sure as hell can't go to any of these people that we have doing consulting with. No connection at all should be your next employment. Because otherwise you see where this is going, right? Get the severance, now I'm unhappy and I'm gone, pay me my severance. It's time to retire. You guys would be insane. Actually, I can't believe some of y'all don't have questions. You're just sitting up there like, yep, let's rubber stamp this one too. Thank you, Anita, for at least bringing up the obvious that he's still just an acting city manager. He should not get all the benefits that come with being an actual city manager, which requires abiding by the charter. That's not happening. That's why we're putting the little acting in front of his name. Personally, I think that's fluff. I think that's more smoke and mirrors to the public. You're not even actively searching for a replacement. How long can an acting city manager be a city manager? Forever? There's no time limit? I mean, these are huge concerns, but you wanted, here's some more. You've already updated income, right? You've already increased pay for car allowance, which really is confusing for me. Phone to, you've already upped all these things, but he's still just an acting city manager. If we are taking away where he's supposed to go if he chooses not to be here anymore, then we need to replace and put out the request for that position first before you get rid of where he's supposed to go. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Albert Bryant, please.
Albert Bryan, Deltona. You know, I've never made any bones about how I feel about severance. Y'all know that. I'm going to echo what I just heard also. He is an acting city manager. He's not a charter. Oh, that's right. We don't have any charter officers because we have a firm for a lawyer. So let's think about this. She just asked, how long can he serve? The charter says nothing about it. He can serve forever because you have to renew his contract every year. So it's up to you. Now let's think about this. He stated that he's going by state law, state statute. State statute says up to 20 weeks. Up to. He's asking for the maximum. Now let's think about that. The maximum for him at 20 weeks would be $63,000 based on $165,000. Now, I'm going back a little bit in time there, but that's okay. It's a lower than what he's actually making. Let's think about this. $63,000. Median pay in Deltona in 2019 was $52,000 annually. So he's asking 20 weeks is more than what these people, most of these people out here make in a year. Now, the poverty rate back in 2019 was 12.6% in Deltona. Now, I did a little bit more research and found 2020, the median pay had gone up to $56,000. He's still asking more in 20 weeks than what most of these people make in a year. The poverty rate went down to 8.7. Don't confuse that. That's not because of him. That's because of COVID. People stopped reporting. So, of course, the poverty rate went down. So, think about this. 20 weeks of pay for him is more than most people make in a year in Deltona. If you're going to actually go through with this, let's look at it a different way. The state statute says maximum. That means you can reduce this. Let's say 10 weeks. I think that'd be fair. That means he could get $30,000. If you have to give him a severance, if you have to fill the waterworks position, public works, however you want to say it. Because everybody knows that I've never, ever been for severance. Because we saw what Jane Shine did to us. We saw what others have done to us. And you know, when you add it all up, it's cost us millions of dollars to get rid of managers. And to echo what somebody else just said, he's an acting manager. He can never actually become a manager unless he rented a house, not owned a house in Deltona, but rented a house, or rented a room even, or maybe even a lot and put a little tent on it. Because how many managers, oh, that's right, Heidi, you said what, one manager that you could remember actually owned a house in Deltona out of all the managers we've had in 25 years.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Bellick, please.
After Jane Chang, I'm surprised at you, really. And this doesn't concern you, Mr. Sosa, you, Miss Bradford, or you, Mr. King. You three prolonged Jane Chang to make her money and walk away with about, I hear, $600,000. Okay? Now, after tonight, I don't think anybody in Deltona is going to have any faith in Mr. Peters, what was unveiled about him. And I know you're going, that's a personal attack. I want to ask him, did you hire a consultant firm when you called Liverpool? And you never answered Ms. Bradford's question, who authorized you to do it? You never answered the questions. And you want a severance pay. If it was up to me, I would give you a lunch pail and go to work somewhere. That's what I would tell you. But anyway, you can't do this. Come on, Heidi, this is what, 7 city managers since you've been here? 7? 8? How many? I mean, you know, you've been through this time after time. Huh. I mean, maybe you might be better off playing waffle ball or something, or pin the tail on the city manager or something. I mean, this is crazy. You give the people's money away. Here, you were fighting over nickels and dimes with a soccer league today. Come on. I mean, you want to give him a $63,000 severance pay. You don't even answer the question. I mean, I got nothing personal against the guy. He's a working man, big deal. But he got to answer some questions. First thing he did, what did he do? The first thing he did, he brought his buddy here, Mr. O'Grady from Mount Dora, and then he got his other partner over here from Mount Dora. These guys are all rejects from other places. They didn't keep him, so what the hell do you want to keep him for? You keep saying he's doing a fantastic job. Fantastic job, maybe he is. But it's never changed the quality of life for the people in Deltona. They're still the same. I was here the other day. I talked to all these people, 10 couples I talked to. They don't even want to come near this, used mostly. I mean, you see things that go on here, they make your eyes open. I mean, I get up here before, and I say, here's a guy, Ramos, getting money from all over the world. All businessmen, corporations, investors, can put him in a District 5 county seat. What are they doing that for? He's got no talent. This guy was unemployed when he came.
Please, no personal attacks. The agenda item is his severance pay.
Okay, yes, Ms. Hesberg. Are you going to hire a consultant firm to see if you could get him a severance pay? You usually do that with everything else. You might as well do it with this. But like I said, who's going to have faith in you anymore or him? Come on. You got caught lying, you got stung, and now you want to tell me I'm making a personal attack. when you were the perpetrator.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, that closes public comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sosa.
Have we come up with a policy to cap the amount of sick time and vacation time an employee can have when they leave?
We are working on that, sir. It is part of the discussion on the fire union contract because it also has the provision that does not have a cap. Apparently, a previous city manager elected to change the city policy to match up with the fire union contract on that regard. But we are in the process of redoing the personnel policy, and we would be putting a cap on the vacation and sick leave.
Okay. Do you have an ETA for that?
I was looking at Stacy because we've been working on it together with HR. As the city manager of Orange City gave an example the other day, we're carrying a sack around with projects we're doing, and unfortunately, we have a very heavy load right now, and I just can't begin to estimate when that's going to be. I would like to say within 6 months, but there's no guarantees.
Okay. Now, with the public works positions, when you came over as acting city manager, did you increase the pay and the status of each of the employees that were underneath you to, take care of your position? Was there, did anybody get bumped up the ladder?
Well, Mr. Danskin, the way the city policy works is you go to the bottom of the pay range with 5% more. And so we were following that policy when we made an adjustment for Mr. Danskin. What's not fair to him is the fact that he's not only being the public works director, but he's being the city engineer also. So he's filling two roles. And we have a lot of projects that are going on in public works right now. We're getting ready to put Rhode Island and Normandy out to bid. We've got this ABM contract going to identify a number of projects that need to be done and the like. Now, just for clarification, because Ms. White brought it up, this severance is only if the commission removes me without cause. If I do something that has cause, I don't get a severance. If I leave on my own accord, I don't get a severance. So the only thing that this applies to is being removed without cause. Unlike the charter city manager who has to be booted on a 5-2 vote, I can be removed on a 4-3 vote, and it's pretty scary. One bad night, and I could be done. It doesn't take a whole lot to get to a 4-3 vote, and so that's the reason I brought this forward. Is there is a need to fill the positions in public work, and I need some level of security. Given the fact that it's on a 4-3 vote, I'm out of here. So that's why I brought it up.
How soon do you plan on filling the public works position?
I have a stack of applicants. I have not filled it because the realization that as soon as I fill it, I'm casting the die for myself. And so as such, I felt like it was necessary to come back with the severance because there won't be a position for me to go to. So that's why we're doing it.
Okay. Now, when we come up with a policy in 6 months that caps how much vacation and sick time, would you be excluded from that cap, or would you be included within that cap? I mean,
sir, if you want to, I'll change the contract right now to cap myself at 480 hours of vacation. I have no problem putting that in my contract because that's my intention. It's going to be somewhere between 450 and 500. 480 is a nice even number divisible by 40. So no, I have no problem capping my vacation at 480 hours.
And what about sick time? Or does that include all PTO?
I'm not sure I qualify for sick time because I don't think I've been here long enough, but I would cap that also at 480 if I'm, in fact, can get it. And remember, sick time is paid out at 50% of the total amount, not the full amount.
Unless you've been here 20 years, and then it's 100%.
Yeah, well,
which-
I'm not anywhere near that, so.
Yeah.
And I'll be 80-some years old before I get there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? None? Public comment is closed, so we need a motion on this. Let's see, Commissioner Ramos.
Not necessarily for a motion, but a question. Just cause. So according to our charter, city manager needs to live in the city. If that does not change, is that considered just cause to let you go?
Sir, if you will review my contract, it includes the ICMA Code of Ethics. The situation that occurred with Ms. Shang would have been a violation of ICMA Code of Ethics, so that would be just cause for violating the contract. There are a number of provisions in here that are a lot more restrictive than, normally just cause is according to state statute, there's a whole list. But the fact that the ICMA Code of Ethics is in my contract, any violation of that would be just cause.
Any questions? Okay, Commissioners, so we have, is there anyone willing to make a motion? I will pass the gavel, and I will pass the gavel to the Vice Mayor. And I'm going to move to approve the attached modified contract with Mr. John A. Peters III as acting city manager and authorize the mayor to execute the contract on behalf of the city. I will ask that the vacation and sick time cap that Mr. Peters is willing to do be added into that for 480 hours. Was that what he said, Commissioner Sosa? 480 hours capped for vacation and 480 hours capped for sick time.
Okay, motion made by Mayor, second by Commissioner King. Any other comments?
Yes, Mayor and Vice Mayor. So in the event that we do a search for a city manager, then what happens? Do you get the severance pay? So in the event that the city does a search for a new city manager, and hypothetically, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you're not a part of the search and you're not awarded the contract, do you get the severance package?
In order for you all to do a search, I think you would have to remove me. And it would be without cause, so yes, I would get a severance.
So right now, we have in our charter that we are to start a search for an acting city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, within a certain time period. I believe it to be very deceiving for us to sit up here and say, oh, well, we put the RFP out, we started a search, and there's no intent to do anything. So what you're saying is by passing this, we have to continue to deceive and not do the actual search that we were supposed to be doing within a certain amount of allotted time, according to our charter, correct?
Commissioner Bradford, there's been an internal joke about this. The charter does say you have to start a search within 90 days. Doesn't say you have to finish it. And that's exactly what happened.
And that's not even funny to me.
But I'm just telling you, the city commission started a search immediately after Ms. Shang left and then chose to stop it. And technically, in the letter of what the charter said, you met the charter requirement. That's one of the problems with the charter is it doesn't say that you have to complete the search. It just says you have to start it. And, you know, it's crazy, but it's how it's worded.
And y'all good with that? So what's shocking to me is as our leader, and you know that, and everybody's telling you, and it's a rolling joke, haha, that you don't say, listen, I have confidence in the ability that we're going to do this search, I'm going to put my bid in for this position, and I'm going to do what I have to do to legitimately be here.
Madam Commissioner.
I mean, and it's nothing against you, it's just, we're not up here to say, I want to be your friend. We're up here because we're supposed to be abiding by that. And he just said that it's a laughing joke. I'm really disgusted right now.
No, I am talking about the charter review process. Staff knew there was a lot of problem with the charter. The Charter Review Commission did not want staff input. Those are the things that we would have pointed out. If things such as, it says you start a search, but it doesn't have a requirement that you finish it. Could the commission, much like they did with me, could choose to give me an acting city manager gig? It's like Mr. Bryant said, I could rent a room in Deltona, get my mail sent to that address, and I could be a city manager. I'm not going to insult people by doing that. I mean, the intent of the residency is to live in Deltona. And to me, that means you buy a house, you homestead it, and what have you. As everybody has pointed out, we have never, except for one person in an acting role, have had a city manager buy a house in this city. Part of the reason is, in the 27-year history of this city, we have averaged less than right at 2 years per city manager. And, you know, people are not going to invest in buying a house in a community where they're not going to last more than 2 years. So, you know, that's part of the problem. It's a difficult city to work for. It's challenging, which I love. And, you know, it's unfortunate. But, you know, I just think, you know, like I said, I could rent an apartment, I could rent a room, have my mail delivered, and I would meet the requirements to be the full-term city manager. And everybody in the room would know that I'm gaming the system. And I would just rather say I'm an acting city manager, I don't live in the city, and be honest with everybody than to play the game. You know, that's, you know, I could have done it at the beginning, I chose not to, and that's why.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments from any other commissioner?
Stacy?
Stacy?
Sorry, I just want to I need to clarify something. Mayor, I believe that you said 480 hours of vacation and 480 hours of sick. Okay. So he actually would not be eligible for the sick.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so do I need to redo the motion to remove it, or is it just becomes invalid?
So he would be, so the way the policy is currently written is you have to be here for at least 10 years and you only get 25% of your sick time.
What is the preference from legal? Redo the motion or leave it in? Doesn't matter to me.
Redo the motion, Mayor. That's the simplest way of avoiding the issue.
Okay, then I will amend the motion to remove the 480 hours of sick time cap. Until eligible.
Okay.
Who's second?
Okay. So the motion was, excuse me, amended, and Commissioner King approved it, so can we take a vote, please?
Can I just make one real quick comment? Never mind. Just vote. It's up. It's late. We need to adjust the time then. Sorry.
Passes 4-2 with Commissioner Bradford and Commissioner Sosa against.
Okay, thank you. Next up is going to be public comment. Correct, Joyce? Before I click over here, public forum. Has anyone signed up for the public forum? Mr. Bellick left? Okay. He left.
Okay. I just wanted to bring back to the attention that you kept bringing up Deltona Adult Soccer while you was talking about all nations and youth, okay? I did not put in a bid to do youth soccer, okay? That was for doing teams and running in-house, and I worked 15 years with the kids until they got too old, and that's why I started an adult league for the older people. And it's been going well, but my letter dated July 28, 2021 was way before you even thought about putting a bid out. And for the last 25 years, anytime a contract wanted to be changed, it's in the contract, submit it in writing for the change. So that's what I did. I don't know if you all read the letter, because I resent it to you. With all the turmoil and COVID, I gave till March of this year to send it to all of you. And all it was more soccer for kids. I wanted to introduce the kids to six-a-side soccer like the adults play on a Thursday and Friday night for girls and boys. For 2 days a week, for 8 weeks during the summer, in the evenings. It doesn't compete with any other soccer organization or Deltona Youth Soccer because they do soccer at other times. They could even blow on the weekends and play on tournaments and everything. So all my proposal was adding more soccer for high school level because that's when they start competing in high school and travel around the state. You know how they play the high school, the regionals, and all this stuff. Plus, when they're on older teams, like academies, they call themselves, they want to give you all this training, they concentrate themselves on high school level kids because one of the draws to going and playing for an academy or have them coach you and train you more and better is we're going to take you to tournaments where there's going to be college coaches there viewing you and get to see you, and it's a college showcase tournament down in Kissimmee. I played 100 of them down there. I really haven't, but anybody can say that. I don't own a franchise in anything, but the whole point is this wasn't competing against anybody. It was just introducing more soccer for kids. It would just put more effort on my people because one thing they didn't bring up, we have kids get concussions. You know, when you're playing soccer, until a kid's 14, they can't use their head and do headers like you see in big soccer. They're restricted from doing that by the National Association and the Florida Association of Youth Soccer. So anybody that coaches above that level, part of their coaching is they have to take a CDC class on concussion awareness, which I had all my staff go through and take. Have to add insurance. We've got to have more insurance for kids. I did all that. What he's referring to, and it's probably, I was setting up my website, getting ready, because if I was going to run it this summer, I need to get the advertising out now, because we start the 30th of May. And because of all this delay, since I was in here in March, the 10th, and then the 22nd.
Thank you, sir. Brandy White, please.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie.
Brandy White, Deltona, just some clarifications here. When we passed today the facility use agreement, we kept in there that the city's keeping all fees from dissolved companies. Was that correct? That was never removed, right? You actually kept it in there and approved for the city to do that? Yes? Yes. Good. Okay. I'm going to take that as a yes. All right. Second thing, I have some real concerns with Parks and Recs, so I'll be having a meeting with Finance here shortly about it, but I want to ask a specific question. Is there, or was there in the last, I'll be nice, 6 months, an employee on paid leave in the Parks Department after there was a second write-up and a threat of violence? I'm just concerned if they were recommended for termination, why are they sitting pretty on our dime at home? Why is it a paid leave? I also never received an answer to some of the questions I had regarding, you can call it All Nations, or you can call it Liverpool International. What I saw today, and the people I spoke today, was Liverpool International. I have video and I have photos of them on our Dewey Field, registering people, telling me that they have full ability to be there and register people for their new Deltona Soccer League that was approved, according to them, weeks ago. So I'm not letting that go. There's still a lot of answers on how they felt they had approval weeks ago. And my last question is, what's going to happen now that they did not get approval? Are they still going to be allowed just to set up anyhow and register and use our fields? Because they didn't have a use agreement, from my understanding, because you can't rent those fields. So I'm just curious, how did they end up out there? Not just today, but they're coming back Friday, that's what they told me, and possibly Saturday or Monday. We never got a clear answer. Who approved them to be out there today? Who opened that little gate that's back there and pulled out the machine? Because all of it was out there. It wasn't like they just came and set up. Like, staff had to help them. But I saw no meeting minutes. I went back. I saw no approvals. I saw nothing that says that they should be out on that field, let alone telling everybody that it's a done deal before you guys even got a vote. So if I could get answers to those questions, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that closes public comments.
Thank you. We'll go to comments on consent agenda. Is there anyone signed up for consent agenda?
Brandy White, please.
Yep. Ms. White, just hang on just a second. We need to extend our time again for another 30 minutes, if the commission so desires. I know. Okay, it is 11:06. Do we extend till 11:30? If we don't, we're out. Commissioner Sosa, yes? Maybe would you like to make a motion? Or anybody? Or just consent?
I move to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Second. Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Sosa, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
so my comments were on both A and C. So A, my first comment was I didn't see it in here, and excuse me if I missed it because it's totally possible. I had problems getting the agenda this weekend, but what is the cost of a Menzie for item A? I see here that it says it was determined that it's cheaper to do it this way, but what's the cost? I didn't see anywhere where it told us what the cost was for a Menzie. Nobody?
What
Okay.
item, I'm sorry, what item are you on?
A.
Between $400,000 and $450,000.
Okay.
400 and 450K for a Menzie. And it says here 39,000 per mowing cycle. How many mowing cycles in a year? Can you stop my time while they answer that? Because I think he wants to come up and answer that.
Normally, we don't, do you have an answer? Go ahead, just say it.
Yeah, just. 4 to 6, depending on the growing. Okay, so we're looking at 4 to 6 at 40K. I'm sure y'all are doing the math just as quick as I am, right? So how cost effective would it be maybe for the first year? Sure. Second year, Third year, definitely not cost effective. So how long are we going to keep putting off in a piece of equipment that we're going to need 3 years down the line anyhow? I don't understand the point of paying someone $40,000 4 to 6 times a year to avoid buying a machine that's going to pay itself off in 3 to 4 years. I'm still lost on this. All right, so moving on to C, real quick. My only question was this, is it says here was the budget amendment was to approve $34,900, but that is only going to cover, if I read this right, a few months, right? 4 months? Yeah, 4 months, okay? So again, I'm sure y'all can sit up there and do the math on a year of what it's going to cost to add this position. Now, does this cost include benefits and union contract and retirement and everything else, or is it just the pay?
All inclusive.
All inclusive. All right, thank you, guys.
Anyone
that
else?
closes.
Okay, that closes. Consent comments, correct, Liz? Yes, nobody else? Okay. So we have on consent agenda, we have item A, request approval to award bid number PW 22027 drainage ditch mowing services to JMAC Cleaning Services Incorporated with their primary office in Melbourne, Florida to provide stormwater ditch and canal mowing services with locations citywide at a rate of $39,000 per mowing cycle. Item B, request for approval of resolution number 2022-09 and budget amendment to provide funding to complete the hazard mitigation program, grant program HMGP project. We have item C, request for approval of resolution 2022-08 and budget amendment to provide funding for the position of captain/assistant fire marshal. And commissioners, is there a motion for any of these?
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve consent agenda item A, B, and C.
Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner Bradford for items A, B, and C. May we vote, please?
Passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will go ahead and move on to City Commission special reports and requests. Anyone, commissioners? Seeing none, we will move to City Attorney comments. Settlement of pending litigation. Mr. Fowler.
Just on one item, Mayor, the Cooper case, the settlement did come in at $45,000, of which I believe Mr. Cooper himself will get 26. The balance goes to the attorney. And if you would confirm that and authorize the mayor's signature, I would appreciate it.
Do you need that in form of a motion?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the suit as negotiated by the attorneys on Cooper's case.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. Any comments from the commission for a settlement of $45,000? May we vote, please?
Passes 6-0.
Okay, City Manager, any comments?
Yes, ma'am. I have three quick ones. We had the opioid settlement, and there's a portion of it that involves creating a government committee to oversee the Volusia County element. Because staff recommendation with any funds that come to the city, that we would pass that money either to the county or to the sheriff's department, because they have the drug interdiction programs and that type of stuff. And because the sheriff's department would be intimately involved, Sheriff Shitwood has indicated that he would be willing to serve as our government person on this COVID panel. And so we are recommending that you all approve for Sheriff Shitwood to be the city's representative on the elected official group for the opioid settlement.
For the position of the government official. There's also going to be a staff member or something internally, correct?
Staff member would be internal. This is for the elected official.
For the task force, right?
Well, there's a governing board and then the task force.
Okay,
I think the sheriff would be for the
governing board.
and then you may wish to have an employee work on the task force.
Okay, Commissioner Ramos, you're making that motion? Is there, who seconded it? Okay. Who, you? Okay. Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez to have Sheriff Chitwood be the designated government official for the city of Deltona for the opioid settlement. Any comments from any other commissioners? I mean, this is a long-term situation. This is not something that's going to be settled in 3 months, 6 months, probably not 3 or 4 years, correct, Skip?
That is absolutely correct.
So, I mean, at some point, you know, the government official may even turn over, the staff member may turn over, and this money is going to trickle in. No one is sure how much we're going to get. The majority is going to go to the county, and then it's going to be trickled down through the county, and we will get our own portion. But again, this is not a lump sum that's coming to us. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, you are. It'll come in installments as the litigation is resolved with the various drug manufacturers, some of which has already occurred.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. May we vote, please? Sheriff Chitt would be our government official.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Is that it, city manager, acting manager?
Yes, I have a request from Halifax Health. They would like to make a presentation on July 5th to introduce their wound care surgeons in conformance with the City Commission policy. Presentations are supposed to be approved in advance by the commission, so I'm asking for your approval to allow Halifax Health to make a presentation on July 5th.
Do we have consensus for that, commissioners? Yes, yes, yes. Commissioner Sosa? Yes. Okay, yes, sir, you have consensus for that.
Okay. And then lastly, I believe you all got copies of the notice of municipal primary and general elections. The city of Deltona, Florida will conduct a municipal primary election on Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022, and a municipal general election on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, for the purpose of electing the mayor and city commissioners for commission districts number 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All of the seats are for a 4-year term of office, with the exception of District 6, which will be for the remainder of a 4-year term to expire in November of 2024. So, and a note, if less than 3 individuals qualify, it will go straight to the primary. There will not be a primary election on those seats. So I just wanted to give that so that the public is aware of that.
Did he say 4?
4 is not, it should be, what did you read, districts 1, 3, 5, 6, and the
1, 3,
mayor?
4, 5, and 6.
Not 4.
Even years is not this year. Even years is 2024.
2 and 4 are the only ones not up. Yeah, it's clear. Okay, so it's 1, 3, 5, 6, and the mayor. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And also, to just ask a question on that, where will early voting be? Have we decided that yet?
It's my understanding the early voting will be at the center.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so you're done with commission comment. There's manager comments, city commissioner comments. Commissioner Sosa, want to hang out at your end? Anything? Oh, we started with you last time. Should I go to the other end? Okay.
Did we have to take a vote on that for my resignation and to have that position put on?
My understanding in talking to the city attorney and the city clerk, no, we do not need to have a formal vote on your resignation. It is handled by state statute. And by reading this tonight, we're letting people know that, you know, you have resigned and your election and your seat will be at the election, general election, unless there's more than 2, and then there'll be a primary.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a comment. I actually tendered my resignation on 4/26/22, and basically it was a resign to run for Volusia County Council District 5. So in order for this to go to a ballot, I had to resign before it was less than 2 years. Otherwise, then it would have gone to an appointment. And I want the residents of Deltona to elect their representatives. My last date up on the commission will be November 8th, 2022, at which time I'll either be doing something else or working as your representative at the county level. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bradford?
Y'all have a great night.
Commissioner Ramos?
Not really. Good night.
Commissioner King? Vice Mayor?
Just want to thank everyone who came out here and spent this long hours with us. Thank you.
And for me, I just want to say regarding Mr. Peters' contract and the amount of city managers we've had over the years and the amount of turnover we've had and the amount of turnover we've had in terms of acting city managers, deputy city managers, interim city managers. Deltona is not an easy place for a manager. And the last time we put the city attorney out for bid, we received firms and we received probably 5 or 6 individuals. And none of them fell into the qualifications of 10 years experience in government and so on and so forth. And simply because of the residency requirement. It is what it is. Not going to say it's good or bad, but the bottom line is when you have that kind of turnover in your charter officers to the point of what several people made tonight in terms of commenting on the citizenry and commenting on the cost of living. We had a city attorney that was brought in here when I think right when I first got elected, and he bought a condo, Lakeshore, and he never lived in it. That was his requirement for residency. He lived in, I don't know, Mount Dora, somewhere out over there. And he ended up resigning after probably a year. Mr. Peters is acting. It's straight up. Everyone knows he's acting. Everyone knows he's not the manager because he doesn't live in the city. Like he said, he could rent a room. Plenty of them out there. He could probably rent an RV in someone's yard. Plenty of those out there too for rent. And have an address or post office box, but he chose not to do that. He's being straight up and open about the situation here. And is severance high on everyone's list? No, it's not high on mine. I don't get a severance. If I get canned at my other job tomorrow, I'm out. There's no severance. There's no paid vacation. There's nothing for me. So severance is a foreign thing for a lot of us in the private sector. But in the public sector and in long-term jobs, there's a severance package. And we may not always agree to it. And over time, we've learned to modify it. And the state has modified it. Because under previous managers, it was 100% of what you got, right? They capped it at 20 weeks. You could go up to, 40 weeks, something like that in the past. So the state sought to cap it because of the situation of government versus the private sector. So for me to explain why I support that is the history of Deltona and the job that he and his team have been doing. He was and still is, was in the past, running Deltona Water and Public Works. 90% of the other cities, you have 2 directors, one for Deltona Water, one for Public Works. In Park and Rec, we had 1 director. Normally you have facilities and you have parks. In building, for years, we had 1 guy running building, code enforcement, permitting, all that stuff. We have always shrunk and put more and more burden on 1 person or 2 people, and it burns people out. We've moved a lot forward. We've changed a lot of policies, and I'm just end this because we've been here a long time and we're all tired and I'm losing my voice. The fact that this administration brought forth a memo that was written in 2015 where an acting manager, an interim manager chose to remove the cap on Deltona, not the fire union, that was separate, that's a negotiated contract, remove the vacation cap for City of Deltona employees, to your point, sir, without coming to the city commission, okay? You know what that cost us? I don't even want to know what that's going to cost us to this day. And the next manager wrote another memo to the directors to approve. It was a policy that was the commission overrode. These people didn't have to bring that forward. They didn't have to bring that forward. The person that brought it forward could continue to collect, hasn't been here long enough, but could sit in those positions and accumulate that. They didn't do that. They brought it forward and were straight up about it, and now it's going to be addressed. And that is why I support this management team, because they have brought things forward for so long. Not everything's right. Not everything's easy. Your situation needs to be addressed. Other situations need to be addressed. But one by one, we're getting there. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. We are adjourned.